皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は200、207、70、日目です。Welcome back, folks. Today is day 270. My voice is a little bit rough around the corner, so we're gonna try to be a little conservative for the next couple days. Get my voice back up. We're gonna hop right into our recall. We're on day 3 of Unit 69. There's a few new things to add that I kind of negotiated. See if I remember some of those notes. Yesterday we were going over some of the other things I haven't noticed in the unit. I think the unit had a lot of random potpourri of things, and I think that's kind of going to be the feeling moving into all the units moving forward, because it seems like every prompt now deals with some varied exposure of random things, which is nice. Keeps you on the toe, keeps one on their toes. And over time I'm sure it will become normalized. さあ、始めましょう。Okay. Unit 69. Not sure how my hands feel right now. Yeah. We don't really talk about class, but talk within a class kind of thing. Toru. Yaru. In this case, Yaru was used as a form of giving and playing. Watasu. Tasu. Kariru. Yes. Asu. Asu. Kaisu. Kaisu. Sakubun. 文章 雑誌 So those encompass, oh no, we have a few new ones. Oh, it's tough to remember this one. Oh, right. 並ぶ 煮る やめる 好きな All right. So all the little things, right? No. Right? No. ないで and we have right 1 right 1 and go and for go doing haven't thought about a notation for these yet. Probably gonna use the symbolism, the writing for ichidan and godan. There was also the iru to do, which turns out also applies to it's iru to do in all the cases, at least upon review. So like aishiteru instead of aishiteiru. Right? I think there was another example. Skatteru. I'm supposed to skatteru iru. That applies to all of them. At least I'm tentatively saying that for the time being. What other things? Got like soul. So nan. Right. So nan desu ka? Or so nan de? Ne? Various versions. It's like this. Right? This. this. Oh, why am I drawing a blank? Oh. Okay. Not sure about the one example where it was skide. Skide wa. It might be being used as yeah, that one I'm not sure. It was a phrase where what's the translation? Liking, like, do not like something, right? I think you do not like something. Like, it's using a clause within a clause. It had 3 nested clauses, which I'm not sure yet. And it's used, I remember the part that I wasn't sure about was ski dewa. Ski dewa something. Don't remember what the context is. We might see it today. See. It makes sense when you see it and hear it. And it's a one-off, so not enough repeats. What else do we... Did you switch your hand? Or did you like shift your hand on your keyboard, or are you using Norwegian? Is that how you say it in Norwegian? Sub-Zero, are you Norwegianing me? I feel like you might have shifted one of your hands on your keyboard or something. But thanks, Sub-Zero. Oh wait, it might be your Twitch though. Oh, that might be a stock click, like to click on it, right? To click on it, so you have your Twitch might be set to a different language. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. The moment I thought about it, I was like, well, you didn't know the anniversary emote, so you must have clicked on the share or like the congrats, and it defaulted to Norwegian. Yeah. The moment I thought about it, I was like, oh wait, I've never seen you emote like that before. I thought it was fitting considering we're language learning. Yeah, and it certainly is. I have no idea what Norwegian sounds like, so there's no way I'm gonna attempt that. Or is it phonetic like that? Like, can you use Roman characters like that to be phonetic, you know? Like if I said Gratulier med affiliate Jubilee, that's probably not even close, right? Like I doubt Norwegian is phonetic with English, right? I don't even know if Norwegian is related to a Germanic root or not. Huh. I can kind of see Jubilee, like lead is like lead, that part, but I don't know how you say like Lerer. Like what the heck is that? Is that air? Is that R? Is that ear? It's fun seeing Norwegian though. I haven't seen anyone type Norwegian with like Roman characters. How are you doing, Sub-Zero? I'm trying to cover some grammar points right now. So what other grammar points were there? I got stuck on. Not really much. Oh, I guess we can do nominalizer. No, gotta remind ourselves. That's pretty common. I guess that's the last unit too, so I don't... Is there anything else? Yeah, so these are These are the past and present, I mean, negative and positive. So, right, the te slash de. Turns out that in the conjugation table, they are contrasting to each other. So, naide is the negation of that. Oh, and there's one last thing. Like, iru was also, in, like suru, you can negate it. So, I seen inai, right? Inai a few times. Inai, which made sense. Like you're negating iru. Doing all right. You just finished up your semester project, so you're relaxing a bit. Is this the same semester project that you had? Oh, you're gonna answer it, right? It was the group you mentioned, right? Okay. It went really bad, even worse than you expected. I'm glad it's over though. Oh, I'm sorry that it went even worse than you expected. Sorry, stream delay is gonna catch up at some point. I was just specifically gonna ask you if it was the group project. You kind of answered that immediately after. All right, well, I suppose it's over and done with. However, you know, I don't want to sound too pedantic. Lessons, right? Lessons. Keep the lessons at heart. I feel like washing away or forgetting, like washing yourself of poor experiences, in my opinion, aren't the most constructive way of thinking about things. Although I do feel that's how most people go about it. If you're in a great state of mind, you know, still positive thinking and whatnot, usually these like quote unquote bad experiences can be used for valuable things in the future. You know, keep it close. You can analyze it, talk about it in your future group experiments. Maybe if you encounter a future group experiment, keeping whatever happened now and how you went about it can be very, very useful in the future. You may even want to speak about it to your future groups if you end up in a group situation. It's alright, it kind of taking a toll on your mental the whole semester, so you're kind of past the annoyance of it at this point. That's good to hear. No lingering remorse, I hope. These past days have kind of just checked out and realized that there's no point stressing over. Okay, yeah, getting past the emotional ambivalence. Now one can, at least in my opinion, once one has relinquished or unchained themselves from the emotional ambivalence, you can probably use it a bunch of times, you know, in a more retrospective way and constructive way. I'd probably be more inclined to review whatever has occurred and then use it as a primer for the future. Like if you were to work in another group, even sharing that experience might be an incredibly constructive way of mitigating or ice breaking, right? I actually quite literally talk in detail about prior experiences and whatnot, not from an emotional standpoint. I think this to be very clear. When one comes into a group and then you talk about a previous group, like maybe it was seen like a negative experience, like you're going to be saying negative things, projecting negativity with that experience is a whole different story. Like I've been in a group, some people came in and it's like, oh yeah, you know, I hate group experiments, right? Like the person would say, oh, I hate group experiments. I hate lazy people. I did all the work. And if you're saying it like that when you're going into a group, the first thing, in my opinion, that I would be thinking about if I was part of that group is, so am I lazy to you? Like then you start dealing with emotional baggage. However, if you go into it saying, oh hey, you know, my last group experience, we resulted in a fairly mediocre performance. I would have preferred if the group dynamics had enough communication. communication was lacking. And I like to believe that looking into our future group, hopefully communication is a top priority, right? That kind of thing. It doesn't matter, like, and then you can spin it in a way like, I'm not necessarily concerned about the overall competence in the group. I feel like if there's a weak spot with communication, we can circumvent that or even improve upon it. So in a way, you're talking not as a form of your stress has carried over from your previous group, right? And since you're moving on and it's not stressing out, that's great. Because now, in my opinion, you can use that experience to elevate future selection and be a little bit more candid and transparent, right? It sounds a little political, but honestly, that's kind of how companies and PR reps and whatnot are excellent at what they do, right? Hello there, Cozy. What do you want? Did I ask you to say hi? Wow, you guys are getting a little sassy. Hello there, Cozy. I also realized that you could retake it next year and it's the same exercise too. So it helps to think that if it really ends up bothering you, then I can just retake it. I see. Reuse your background information, yeah, and then get a second opinion and a work over. In that case, I'll be able to take some preventive measures, yeah. I genuinely think that experiences are not made to be washed unless they are emotionally traumatizing, right? And I say that with a very, very grain of salt, right? If you are healthy and you are like not stressed out anymore and you're relaxed, it's often a place where you can gain by overcoming negative sentiments, right? Or like sentiments that may come back to bite you, or sentiments that may make you want to be avoidant a lot of times. If you have the time to improve yourself, it's great to address particular avoidant behavior that may or may not have. I know this sounds a little bit pedantic, but I'm fairly invested in people who can get over things. However, potentially miss the opportunity to view whatever negative things that they got over more as a proactive, approachable thing, as opposed to, oh, I'm just gonna wash myself and forget about it, right? The reason why I say this is people who wash themselves and forget about the things, that doesn't mean that it won't occur again. And when it occurs again, you'll be reminded of it and all the results will be similar again because you decided to forget about the experience as opposed to learn from the experience, right? And oftentimes when I'm introducing myself into a group, I actually reflect and use that as an introduction to what I expect from the group experience. And then I use my previous experiences on things that did not work and did work to be transparent about, if I'm going to work in this group, these are the things that have worked before and haven't worked before. And I would like to talk about those things prior to investing in like working together for 4 or 5 years, for example. In school, the nice thing about universities and stuff is they don't last more than a semester, right? At most, a lot of times. In a business-oriented sense, when you enter a professional field, you're probably going to be working with people for at least a year, if not 5 years, because if it's your permanent job or a job that you like, you're expecting at least a 5-year rotation. Or I'm going to say ballparking, right? You can storm off in 1 year or 2 years, disgruntled and stuff. Generally speaking, though, avoidant behavior and washing yourself and pretending your previous experience did not exist means that if it occurs again, in my opinion, the likelihood is the results would be unchanged. Unless you have some really lucky intuition. And also, you could be a person who says, you know what, I'm just going to roll the dice. I'm going to roll the dice and hope I get lucky next time. That, to me, can work out. If you're a dice roller, I would say apply to many jobs. Hope that you're very charismatic and you have many shots, and then maybe one of the shots would just land without you needing to know. for me, I don't do that. Like, I do not take chances. If there's any way to increase my odds of communication, you gotta go for it. Are you winning since me and Maku talked to you about the class, etc.? Yeah, Sub-Zero sounds like he lost. It's good that you're able to separate your mental, like the mental stress from what happened, right? It gives you an opportunity at least to process and use it, right? Hey, here's my thought. Sub-Zero. For every point you lost, you can turn it into a point you can gain later, is how I kind of refer to it. So if I have a negative experience, how can I get that negative experience to pay off in the future? Because sure as heck, that negative experience costs me something, and I'm gonna make it worth something to me in the future. That's kind of, it sounds a little aggressive and kind of cheesy or cringy, but generally speaking, most of my negative experience over my life have paid back because I used it in some way. It's functional, it's pragmatic. There's something valuable in it. Your belief system has to break for you to move forward in a better way. Yeah, somebody owes me my A in the future after all this. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I think a really negative experience can also be a very useful experience in which you can lay down the ground rules for the future, right? So now you know a lot of things that don't work and are almost deal breakers. Being able to communicate those deal breakers when you enter another group situation is excellent. Maybe even in an interview in the future. I actually use a lot of my negative group experiences as ways to communicate my group dynamics that I tend to dislike or disfavor versus group dynamics that I do favor in interviews. So when someone asks me like, oh, what do you have to offer for this company? And I would say something like, okay, well, these are my skills that I've already laid out that you are probably already aware of. However, I also want to put in contingency conditionals. These are conditions of which I do not favor as well in a working environment. And if that is coherent and concordant to your requirements for employment, then we have an understanding. Like, I do not want to go into a company that allows this type of behavior or is too tolerant of this type of behavior. I believe in an environment that lacks these things or mitigate these things are exceptional, right? So I think, generally speaking, I feel Sub-Zero, you can probably make it work, in my opinion. That's what getting internships, right? Getting jobs, going to interviews, and then doing group projects. They're going to be hit or miss. And overall, regardless of like the tentative results, they can be very proactively informative in the future. Turn your C into an A in the future, right? I want to cue the joke about C's get degrees, but that's not very applicable here. It's more like people who understands learning lessons, constructive improvement, tend to turn those C's into more valuable experiences than those who get A's. Hear me out here. When you get A's all the time and you encounter no group friction, the odds, in my opinion, that you may encounter group friction in the future can happen. So, like, someone goes smooth sailing, like a video game. Let's just say a video game. Let's use that as a constructive behavior thing. Someone's like, oh yeah, I'm so good at CSGO. And meanwhile, their only experience is with a select group, right? And then maybe they swap to one other group, and then it's like, it worked really well because all the groups were coincidentally very competent with each other. And then they're like, oh yeah, I'm Cloud9, I can't fail. And then suddenly they moved to another group of really good players too, like arguably even better players. And when they got in there, they realized that they suck somehow. And it's because the group dynamics changed. They did not, instead of having to adapt and constantly troubleshoot and be able to resolve things, they didn't even need to communicate in the last two groups, because by luck, and luck goes a long way. You can spend your whole life getting lucky and everything always works out. That's perfectly all right. I'm not here to talk about that. Generally speaking, I focus on communication, problem solving, right? How do you solve depression? How do you solve mental problems, sustainability, habit formation? You learn how to solve problems. So even the worst of the worst become very valuable. Or at least I try to convince people that they are able to come up with a solution that allows them to use that experience. Accumulating those terrible experiences and then ignoring them, in my opinion, if it comes up later, all of that will crack you. Like, it will break you, in my opinion. At some point, it'll build up so strong that if it's triggered again, in my opinion, can break someone, right? Like, you have a bad group experience, you decide to ignore it. Then you have another bad group experience, and the thing that you ignored is like, oh, now I remember how terrible this group experience is. It's always like this, right? Because all of the stuff you forgot gets stacked together. And then at some point, you're just not going to trust anyone ever, right? You're never going to work in a group experience. And that would mean that for the rest of your life, you decided you're never going to work in a group. And sure enough, you know, if a company sees that, then they probably won't hire you. Like, any company that works in a group would probably not hire you. It would be very, very obvious by the way you talk that you never mention group activities, never mention utilities, because you're choosing to ignore the possibility that you're going to work in a group. And you might even communicate that it's not without intending to. The flip side, here's the flip side. You can be a person who says, okay, group activities are not for me. And here is why. So if you can explain by looking back on your group activities why it doesn't work for you and explain it to someone else, they could be looking for someone who works well alone and is independent and prefer to work in a non-group environment. That's different from being aware of what doesn't work for you at the moment versus ignoring it. If you ignore it, then the interviewer or someone that's talking is like, wait, how come you never talk about working with other people? And then they're like, I just don't think about it. Immediately, if that person thinks like, well, you're talking to me, so I don't want to talk to you anymore because you don't think about other people. You can be an individual leader, someone who works better alone without sounding like, or unintentionally sounding like, you don't want to talk to anyone, right? Ignoring things means you become less and less aware of them. And personally, that's where experience goes to die. So one can be, and this is, I hope this doesn't happen too often. There are people who experience a lot of things in their lives, but they are unaware of most of their experiences. And then there are people who are experienced and are aware of their experience. So when you talk to someone, whether you know it or not, I think it's a very human response to get that feeling like, oh, this person really thinks about or feels like they lived a long life and understand the meaning in their life. Wisdom, quote unquote, the feeling of wisdom, versus someone who like just keeps saying empty words. Like, oh yeah, I work great in a group. Go on. Like, you know, I just vibe and we get A's and all the groups gets A's. Go on. Can you explain that? Like, no, you know, like things work out. Okay, you're not giving any details. You haven't reflected on anything. Like, I don't understand. You're focused on the results, but the results have no explainer to them. So there is definitely, and I don't think you have to be a master class, a master of communication to get the feeling like the person is just pulling you, like stringing you along, like they're saying empty words, because not from a malicious standpoint. I don't think it's malicious a lot of times. It's more like unintentional, passive living. So yeah, I think negative group experiences, if they don't have to happen, if they do happen, you take control of it, right? When you're feeling healthy, when you're over it, take control of it and use it. There's not your time, you know, your life is worth a lot of value, at least in my opinion, and to give other people appreciation that you value your time. The last thing I would do, in my opinion, one of the worst, one of the lower things to do is to pretend like it never happened. Avoidant behavior is great to damage control temporarily, like from trauma and stuff. And then when you're ready, approach the trauma slowly, right? Because the last thing you want is that trauma to get triggered again. And I'm using word trauma in a more loose way. Like trauma can be chronic, it can be short, like a distrust for people can be traumatic over time, because it can stop someone from ever opening up. It can stop someone from ever saying things that another person may not want to hear, because you don't practice how to communicate that without sounding like you're about to throw a punch at their face or something for being around, that kind of thing, right? I want to emphasize this because I think lots of people have different versions of explaining this, and my version, this is close to what my version is like, where one becomes so in control of their life even when they feel like they're outside of their control in reality. So like the events might be outside of your control, however you feel like you're in control for whatever the events may come. So the next time you go into a group, you're like, nah, I got this. Even if it becomes like the worst thing, it's gonna help me. Like, I'm gonna make it work. So at some point in your life, you get enough wisdom to be like, no, I got this. And you don't even have to say, trust me, bro. You're like, okay, let's do this. We'll see what happens. Let's get it done. Right? As opposed to, no, trust me, I've done this a million times. I vibed and got many A's. Are you still talking? That's kind of how I feel a lot of times when I watch someone, like sometimes there are group interviews, right? And I would be sitting next to a person, and then there might be like multiple interviewers, like people interview us, and the way I always like pay attention to the other people and the other interviewers, like how they're going about presenting themselves. And it's very clear a lot of times there are people, like other candidates, who are saying things, but the interviewers are looking for something else. So it's kind of like watching Twitch chat interacting with another streamer, honestly. Like you sit down, or like a podcast, right? When you're analyzing two people who are talking to each other, you're trying to think about, how would you approach answering that? And what do you think, how do you think they're approaching each other, right? Like how they're talking and whatnot. And these dynamics go a long way in group projects. Like, how do you convince someone who doesn't want to talk to you if you have to work together, right? Because the ship is going to sink with the weakest link a lot of times. And if you're going to go down with the ship, are you going to decide to just jump first, or are you going to try to patch up the ship? And earnestly, even if you fail to attempt to patch up the ship, you can use that to explain what you attempted to do in the worst case scenario. And in an interview, I would say, to me, I wait for that exceptional interview question where like, oh, have you ever encountered any difficulties with working with other people? Well, a lot of people would answer, oh yeah, all this happened, and then it ends there. And what I would think about it as an interviewer would be, so how'd you solve it? Like, did you overcome it? Did you use it as a learning experience? Like, all you did was explain how you complained about how it was bad. Like, it didn't show any form of growth. So to me, that classical, like, cliche question about have you experienced any difficulty? And then sometimes the interviewer is kind and will lead the questioning and say, have you encountered a poor experience with working with other people, and how did you go about trying to fix it, and what did you learn from it? Like, an interviewer could provide that leading question. However, if they don't, it is often an opportunity to demonstrate that not only did you know what was happening poorly, you were able to negotiate something that you control, how you feel about it, what you're using from that experience, and also what did you do in the moment. Honestly, it's still okay to say, oh yeah, I just jumped off the ship, I cut my ties, burned the bridges, and then here's what I learned from the experience and what I'm going to do moving forward. I am going to make sure that communication is a top priority, because communication was balls in my last group project, that kind of thing, right? And that immediately becomes, this guy knows how to solve a problem. If not, if it's a lost cause, they know how to cut their losses and also use it to mitigate future things. So all these things I'm saying now is probably what I would say in an interview, be it a more direct way, right? Like, when someone asks me if something's gone wrong, of course you have had negative experiences. It's even worse if you're like, in my opinion, it's even worse when someone lucky comes along and say, well, I never have negative group experiences. Like, to me, I would be even more suspicious when someone says that, like, oh, have you ever had difficulty with anything? And then they're just like, no, I never did. And they could be genuine about it, right? They could be genuine about it, as in, yeah, luckily everything has always worked out for them. Now the question is, did they grow from the idea of knowing that it always worked out? Like, did they grow awareness that it can not always work out and that they're lucky? So in an interview, if they ask me something that coincidentally always works out, I tend to answer by saying, okay, I feel like I want to make a disclaimer here. I feel like I've been lucky most of my life so far, right? And I am aware that other people may experience negative group experiences up to this point. So I feel that I am equipped to be aware of these situations and will be able to troubleshoot and address these situations. However, personally, I have not experienced this directly at the time. However, I have engaged in alternative problem-solving skills in other areas that are not specific to that. And this is how I addressed those deficiencies or problems, right? So you're demonstrating that while you may not always have conflict resolution experience with the exact question and context, you have conflict resolutions and stuff elsewhere, and you like to believe and reassure them that you are not undertrained and inexperienced in a way that you can't solve problems. So if everything works out and you lack the self-awareness that things don't always work out with people, and you have no way to demonstrate in a real way, as in like not provide fake answers, right? You want to assure them that the whole point of them asking that question is, have you resolved conflicts before? Have you resolved issues that may come up working with people? And if you say, no, I never have problems, then the first comment I would think about is, man, this kid better be a superstar and bring a lot of money with them, because the moment they have a problem, I don't feel too confident that they're going to be able to fix it. Right. So that's kind of a tough one. And I don't think usually people would answer like, oh, it always works out and stuff. So that's fair. And usually that doesn't come up too much. But I like to argue that. I like to make the contrast, because too much of a good thing also means you don't solve problems. Too much of a bad thing means you solve a lot of problems. However, it could also suggest that you might be the problem. And hopefully that when it suggests you might be the problem, you're also giving the impression that you're improving on the problem. You're trying to improve instead of ignore the problem. And those interview questions, that's how I would, like, I'm not saying other interviewers think this much in, I'm not sure how recruiters do things. I haven't been a recruiter for a company at all. I'm more someone who made commentary and sat in on like my mentor and stuff, recruiting things and evaluating things. This is how I would scout personally for someone I could trust. So like, say I'm going to go into content creation, like really go into content creation in the future. The things that I'm talking now, those are the things that I'm going to be thinking about. Because if those people could answer those in a manner that I feel is dynamic, adaptive, I have no trouble watching them grow with me, as opposed to someone who's already a superstar but only works in their own way. I think that's too rigid, personally. So I would totally invest forward on someone who has a collective, adaptive, open mind approach to group dynamics than someone who is a superstar, rigid, because I want to also have a working relation with this person for the job and post job. I don't even expect them to stay, right? Because those people I actually think will be superstars in the future. They can adapt to many things. So if I don't stay a superstar, a good, like a lucrative employer, other employers might be interested in them. So that's kind of like it's kind of a downstream double-edged thing. However, it warms my heart when I see people who are more adaptive and compromising to get positions, like especially positions of leadership. When you get like hardcore, like roller coaster rides in companies and stuff, personally, I think that's very largely reflective of the leadership that's involved in the company. You could be stubborn as heck, right? Or being able to understand the coherence and dynamics of a larger group. I mean, I can't even imagine leading a group that's like 1,000 plus, right? Or even having like 30 advisors who each one is responsible for thousands of people each, right? That kind of thing. Part of what got you over it mentally was a summer internship you got. That's fair. Yeah, you know, life is a collective, so there are good things and bad things that happen at the same time, right? It is within the specific field that the course teaches, which is what you're interested in. I see. And now I have a secure job, and you feel at least you have your foot through the door. Yeah. No matter what the grade you get, absolutely. Just don't pass me a lesson like this again. To cozy. I'm jumping off the ship into those small boats and going off on your own. Yeah, but you could jump onto another ship, you know? It's like, hey guys, it's been a pleasure, right? And then you're like, secretly like, you guys sucked. But hey, it's been a pleasure, but I caught a bigger ship. So like, I know this this small ship is great and all, but I'm gonna go catch an even bigger ship now. I think that is different than going from a medium ship and jumping off into your own small ship, in my opinion. Like if you're talking about like working up your legacy, right? Consider the option that you can jump to another ship or a bigger ship as opposed to jumping onto a boat on your own and sailing in a tiny little craft, right? That is certainly an option. However, keeping your options open mean you can also jump into a bigger and better ship off of your current experience, right? You always have a fake answer for those things in an interview. Fake it until you make it, I suppose. Sub-Zero. I hope it wouldn't feel like a fake answer in the future. I answer those questions all the time. And it can be very embarrassing and deficient things, but I don't feel embarrassed and deficient about them because I understand those things and I know how to address them, right? And that's kind of like the major goal of the discussion, or at least I'm more like talking at you right now. We're not really having that much of this. My bad. I feel like I'm being a little pedantic at this point. I wanted to illustrate the point that you can speak really well in an interview about easily some of the most negative things, initially some of the most negative situations you may have. And if those are your worst negative situations that you have, and you can still speak and impart a positive resolution to anyone, that you get that vote of confidence, right? How do you, or let's do a internet meme thing. How do you sound confident about a bad thing, about your incompetence or other people's incompetence without telling them directly that you're confident, right? That's one way to illustrate it, in my opinion. It's one very excellent and consistent way of illustrating it. Talking about your experiences in a contextually constructive way. It's very different, in my opinion, to making commentary about a past experience. Like saying, oh yeah, my last group, it sucked. You know why it sucked? It just felt bad. People were lazy, and then I just didn't care. That's commentary, in my opinion. That is commentary on what is obviously would happen. And then the interviewer would get that impression anyways. Like if you start by talking about your experience and you only focus on a negative thing, it's already obvious that that's all you care about. In my opinion, I wouldn't sell the interviewer short. Even if they are not paying attention, they would get the feeling that like, oh, so you're not even capable of seeing the silver lining and the group potential. So why do we want to hire you in the first place? Like, if you're incapable, one negative experience could cause you to spiral out of control. Or a company, or if you ever want to be part of a bigger project, right? You're either a superstar or you're someone who's going to work with other people. So the last thing, in my opinion, one of the biggest red flags is talking about people like garbage. Even if it's warranted or something like that, or maybe they were even abusive, being able to demonstrate that you have control over this is far more reassuring than demonstrating how negative you can be right away. It's really devastating to someone's image, at least in my opinion. So, and it's a clever way, in my opinion, if you have negative experiences and you can show constructive feedback on those negative experiences, is a way to demonstrate confidence in your abilities without sounding arrogant and fake, in my opinion, or disingenuous. Like, instead of saying, oh yeah, I'm a great problem solver, you're using a story to demonstrate that you are a problem solver, not saying that you are a problem solver. You are still technically saying something, right? And that goes back to that whole stereotypical cliche about walk the walk and talk the talk. You can walk the walk through speech. You can demonstrate what has happened through speech. You don't have to tell someone directly that, oh yeah, I'm the best and stuff and whatnot. That to me is why when I watch a YouTube video, I click off the moment I get the impression. It is a little bit of avoidant behavior. I give it like a solid 10 minutes if someone has like a 30-minute video. When it comes off as someone who is speaking their accolades, like doing a trust me bro versus a let me tell you a little story, and then the story will both be instructional and useful in identifying that own person's experience. Excellent, you got my attention. I want to listen to the rest of your stuff. I want to see the rest you have. If it's full of hyperbolic hype, which is the classical form of entertainment nowadays, that's the influencer's trademark, you know, talk about, you know, I got this yesterday and this yesterday. Okay, so what does that mean? If I don't get any meaning, I'm gonna be really direct here. I'm gone. Like my brain has checked out, because that type of content is checking out your brain. Like your brain checks out because that person is literally telling you how to feel about them, what you need to think about them, and it's telling you what you don't know, or assuming what you don't know, and what you need to know. And I don't engage with that type of content, in my opinion, because it's telling me how to feel, telling me how to think, and trying to gaslight me. Yes, it does happen in a parasocial relation, rather than intent is directed at you directly or in a group wide. I'm still a little bit going back to that engagement of someone saying, I don't understand what gaslighting is. But in this case, it's transformative. Gaslighting does not appear the way it appears anymore, because we're on the internet platform now. Gaslighting used to be the idea of one-on-one and personal relationships, right? Well, now we have parasocial relationships. So, and that's the predominant type of relationships you have online. And you can unintentionally gaslight people by targeting a general audience. How do you gaslight a general audience into thinking your product is healthy just by saying healthy over again? That is gaslighting. Or that's almost subliminal advertising, actually, which is very loosely, you know, there's a fine line between them. But when you say something is healthy enough, by mere exposure, you're convincing people that your product is healthy, and it might not be. And it might be unintentional, because you might be ignorant of what is constituted as healthy. To give a spiel about something that I've been following about healthy stuff, I'll let you guess what topical things involve. I don't want to like involve other content creators or anything like that, but there is a situation involving that. In reality, if I get in a situation like this again, then I'll jump off the ship before it has sailed too far. Sure enough. Okay, I suppose. The mistake I did this semester was spending too much time trying to make it work. Okay. Alright. And eventually it was too far into the semester to hop off. I have no comments with that. And most of the things I said in the last 30 minutes is irrelevant to what you said. My fake interview answer: I try to take leadership and assign each group member small tasks that they're comfortable with. Okay. Oftentimes people are not lazy, but not confident in themselves when it comes to taking action. Okay. In reality, I know well when a person is uncooperative and I don't want to deal with it. Okay. I think it's a genuine good reason, but I could see it not being well received. It's not a great response, if I have to be honest with you. Because without context behind it, it sounds like I'm just uncooperative. Yes. Incredibly uncooperative. So, you are, if I had to evaluate that quote-unquote fake interview answer, like a hypothetical interview answer, you're uncooperative, You avoid conflict resolution, and you presume things about other people. So you're preoccupied with what other people are like, and your actions are dependent on what your presumptions are of other people that they are like. So even if you're saying something good about someone, like oftentimes people are not lazy, that's presumptuous. There are people who are lazy. And then people are non-confident. There are confident people, right, in themselves, and they would like to take action. There are lazy people who will take action as well for being lazy. So that is incredibly presumptuous. So if you go in giving you the impression that when you go in a group, you've already profiled someone, and your actions and decisions are primarily based on how you profile people, you can think of those things. Like, for example, I believe there are quite a lot of people who may not be lazy, who may suffer from having the confidence to take action, right? As opposed to suggesting only focusing on one type of people. So a lot of times offering only one side of things can come off as you're restrictive and non-cooperative. So the whole line of thought would suggest that you're already painting what your expectations are. So can they work with that? Well, it's balanced by everything else, right? That one question, when you try to take a leadership position, leaders don't see that, in my opinion. Leaders don't just assign group members based on what they're comfortable with. No, that is the answer. If the question is something along the lines of how do you manage working within a group where the group members are not cooperative, I wouldn't assume so the assumption, no, it's not. You already made the assumption. So when you have a negative, well, you would establish that those group members are lazy. So like in this particular group, you have discovered that the individual group members are not confident, and they were in fact quite able to take action. You phrased it in a way that you assume they are and not, and you choose not to work with them. And in that context, when you have a negative experience managing a group, there are other possibilities that the group is negative. If you're describing your previous group thing, you didn't talk to them enough to know that, in my opinion. At most, you can confirm that they're not communicative, as in like they didn't want to cooperate. So you can argue possibly that there was an impasse in the group because a line of open communication did not exist. Whether they are lazy or not confident, that's presumptuous, personally. Like, they could be not lazy and they just hate you. You wouldn't know, right? At least if you were going around the route that they're not communicative, right? Like if there wasn't a line of communication. But I see how you would assume that it's already given. Are we reading off the same comment? Not my realistic take. I'm talking about, the interview question. You said you're faking it. You tried to take leadership and assign each group member small tasks that they're comfortable with. So you're telling yourself that that's how you would resolve like a difficult, like the interview question was, have you ever encountered, right, a difficult situation? And you said like a fake answer would be, at least that's what I think your interview question is too. And you would say something like, I tried to take leadership and assign each group member a small task that they're comfortable with. I'd probably try to take a leadership position and assess what they're willing to do first, and then decide if they're willing to take on uncomfortable positions or not comfortable positions. You're presuming you know. At least in my opinion, that they were going to just take whatever they're comfortable with. I mean, for me, it's irrelevant to me if I'm good at the task or not. So as a leader, you would have to know that. That's presumptuous. And then you think, oftentimes people are not lazy. That's a fairly okay response. I mean, I would consider myself kind of lazy, but confident in themselves when it comes to taking actions. I'm kind of lazy, but I'm okay with taking actions. In reality, you know, and then afterwards, like I'm not sure that's still part of the answer. But yeah, that's the commentary, right? As a leader, I probably assess all the people and their willingness to compromise. I would take the people who are most willing to compromise, to suggest if they can engage in tasks that no one else would want to do. So I would assess their cooperation. The most open, direct communication members will be used to task to fill in specific things, and I would work more closely with them to compromise on the task that no one wants to do. Because if you assume that you have a balanced group that has someone who works with, I mean, yeah, but that's already given. You feel like it's not. You can have a bunch of, like, how could you possibly think that's a given in a negative situation? I don't mean that I'm straight up telling them to do this, but how can you assume that your group is going to be well balanced enough so that they have all the tasks covered? You can't. That is an assumption. You're going into a group and you say, oh, okay, well, the group will sort itself out. So, but how do you ascertain when no one wants to do a task? That's a presumption you're making. So how do you resolve a conflict when no one wants to do a single task? Right? That's very idealistic to think. Oh, thank you, Marx. Thanks. I'm being a little direct. I'm sorry, that sounded a little aggressive. But what I mean is, oftentimes group projects, people negotiate and deflect responsibility because they don't want to do it, right? So if you're feeling like it's already a given that your group is well balanced, constantly well balanced, you're choosing to see that they're well balanced. What if there isn't anyone who's good at any of the tasks? I would probably ascertain if they're comfortable with doing things that they're not comfortable with as well, right? I would take the most cooperative members to work with the cooperative members. I didn't mean it's given that it's well balanced. You don't mean that I'm straight up telling them to do this, discussing what they're comfortable with before assigning anything is given. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to assign each group small tasks that they're comfortable with. Your response is what I'm basing it off of, right? So you don't mean it, in my opinion. You don't mean it's well balanced. The way you're approaching it is suggesting it's well balanced. The way you went about it and say you're gonna assign the tasks that they're comfortable with after ascertaining everything, right? That is giving me the impression that you think that's the way it's gonna work out, and I don't think it will. Like, to have a thought that you can assign tasks that they're comfortable with, right? In the question, the response that you have is assuming that it works out that those people doing the task they're comfortable with is going to get the task done. So no, maybe you didn't mean to give off that it's a given, but your response is suggesting that it is sufficient in the long run. Usually it's not. There are going to be tasks no one wants to do. There are going to be, so having that mindset that your response deal with assigning people with comfortable with, probably not. I would say there's going to be a mix. There's going to be people who are going to be assigned tasks that they're not comfortable with. It's an expectation. that comes with that discussion. So it is not a given. However, maybe you didn't mean that. Maybe you also meant in your response that, oh, also, I'm going to assign people that they're most comfortable with. However, I also see that there's going to be a chance that there are tasks that no one wants to do. So I will sort out the most compromise, like the most open and flexible people, and I would work with them to address and assign tasks that people don't want to do or are not best suited to do. That would be operating on the expectation that it is not a given that your group is balanced. The way you responded as a hypothetical would suggest that you've already had this back expectation that the group is balanced enough that if you assign them to the things that they're comfortable with, it would get the task done, right? Hard decisions, very, very hard decisions. If everyone is always doing the tasks that they're good at or comfortable to do as a leader, then you will have lots of gaps, in my opinion. You will likely have a lot of gaps in your workflow. Unless, of course, like you said, you're not operating on the expectation that your group is well balanced. I don't often operate on the expectation that the group is well balanced, as in they can do whatever they like, as I always work to their strength, everything will work out. Alternatively, if I'm a loner as a leader, I would say, okay, so there are tasks that people don't want to do. I will assume the responsibility. Alternatively, like I will see the weak spots and I will attempt to work on those spots as opposed to compromising with the group, right? Or I would attempt to also make sure that all the weak spots, I would go out of my way to hire someone or look for someone that can fill in the weak spots. It's demonstrating that you're considering the idea that one approach is not sufficient and one type of group dynamics is the solution to the thing. I'm being a little aggressive. I'm gonna double back now, step back a little bit, and suggest that perhaps the interview you didn't in the interview you might only have enough time for like one angle of the answer. So I can apologize. I apologize if maybe you already considered the idea that you had to answer, well, what happens if you, after assigning the task and stuff, you find that there's a gigantic gap in your group's skill set, right? And you decided not to preempt to answer it, but then they had like a follow-up question. It's like, so I see that you want this to happen, but what happens if the group has a huge gap? There's a skill missing in the group. What would you do? That, to me, you'll probably, like, one would say the obvious thing, like, oh, okay, well, there's a chance I might learn it, or you find another person, and then they might press and say, well, what if you don't have the resources to fill that gap? So to me, my line of thinking is I'm trying to suggest that the group you have might be sufficient, and it's all the resources you have to work with. So how do you work around a gap in your skill set when you have a finite group set? You have to negotiate, right, and find the most flexible skill sets of people in your group and consider the idea of compromising. It's like, oh, hey, I know you guys don't like working on this. Here's what we do. We'll make this a two-party thing where we'll take the two people who have the most relatable skills and they are agreeable in doing something that they might not be comfortable with. Let's delegate some resources, additional resources to them in order to address the skill set that we are missing in our group, right? You don't disagree with me? Oh, don't disagree. It will not produce amazing results, but rather get at least something out of it. Yeah, it's already not working. Yeah, this is literally why it's a fake answer though. In a realistic world, I would not do this. Oh, because you yourself will not do this. Okay. An employee, from my experience, likes to hear this because they like the positive attitude you have towards making group works and taking. Okay, so are you saying you literally would not do this? And that's where we differ, right? So instead, you would say something you would literally do while considering it. So Sub-Zero, again, what I'm saying is you can still answer this from your perspective, but you fail to address it. I'm just saying, like, instead you could say you would do that thing, and I know, acknowledge that that's a drawback. Like you said, it will produce, and then you said, this is literally why it's a fake answer though, because in a realistic world, you would not do this, right? For example, you wouldn't assign them based on, oh wait, I am a little confused. So you're saying you would do it as in, I would do that thing in a real group setting, or I would do that thing as in, say, no, both. Like we're talking about how you answer the interview question. So, the interview question you provided is something you would not do, right? Like, not do the interview question. You wouldn't say the interview question because you would do it differently. I would say it in an interview, but not do it in a real setting. Okay. So why would you say it an inefficient answer? Like, what I mean is, why won't you say the thing you would do in a real setting? Oh, are you trying to give your example of a bad answer? Like, are you trying to pretend to be like a bad interview answer? Now you're playing double games. So you were giving an example of a bad answer to an interview, like a deliberately, because if you're not going to do it in a real setting, why are you discussing things you aren't going to do in a real setting? That is not something I want to hear. In my opinion, if you're constantly making it sound like it's a group, like, positive attitude, you can make it a positive attitude with sounding more intelligent about it. Yeah, to me, it's a bad answer, and for the very reason that I talked about. Like, all the 20 minutes I was hearing, I'm not talking about what you would do, I'm talking about the answer, right? I don't know if you would do it or not. That was not the concern. The stuff that I talked about of the answer, that's the impression I would get. Someone who clearly relies on a lot of givens. And since you're assuming things, that's what I mean. You're assuming all of the above. Not that you would really do it or not. The idea is that question to me is incomplete. It is incomplete, it's inconsiderate, and it's presumptuous, in my opinion. But hear me out here. I'm not a hirer, and I have very high standards for people I work for. And what I mean by that is I expect them to have higher standards of themselves, not that I expect everyone to behave that way. But the idea is that answer is incredibly incomplete. It is a fake interview question. And I think saying that means that you're underestimating the interviewer. I like to think that interviewers are more competent nowadays to select for people, but I could see in certain situations that answer could seem like a good answer for people who maybe don't like their job or don't like interviewing. For me, it's a really terrible answer. It's incredibly incomplete, it's presumptuous, and it only tells you that this person can only work one way. Being positive is different from being inclusive. Like, being realistic is different from being positive. Realistic things have positive and negative things that you have to consider. So that answer only focuses on the positive things. It tells me that this person doesn't resolve conflicts. They always view things in an idealistic way. Even though being compromising is viewed positively, they do not demonstrate that they're compromising people. They're people who understand that there are different situations, right? Here's how I not my personal addendum to what was said. Provided, if you want it to be like one-angled and not like sound wishy-washy, you could say, provided that is already assumed, provided that's already assumed that my group is well balanced, I would try my best to ascertain which skill sets are most comfortable. If there is an overlap, I would negotiate among those group members in order to best optimize for their cooperation, right? This is assuming, given that the group is well balanced and that we can achieve the project or the result, the bottom line project, by assigning skills or tasks that best suits each candidate, right? This is presuming that. So you are acknowledging that you are presuming this as a way to demonstrate that as a leader, you are considering that this is a potential and a likely scenario for the situation, not necessarily a situation in which you're identifying as a assumed case, right? In your actual interview, I have phrased it as an assumption. That's fair. So it comes off wrong in your citation. That's fair. That's fine. That's fair. So, obviously, we're not like in a game for game situation or like in an actual interview. However, for me, I'm always on my guard, right? So, and I want to make a disclaimer. It is far more convenient and require far less effort for the person who's doing the critique versus the person who's providing the example. So yeah, maybe being a little too harsh or being not exact. We're not having a serious moment, right? Like, it can. What I'm pointing out is not necessarily what you would literally do. The example that you gave is the example that I would say is not a good answer, right? And if when you said you think it's a good answer, you are also not adding, I didn't read that. Like, I can't read your mind. So if your answer is a little bit more complete than that in your head, I wouldn't know what it is. In the way it's written now, it's not a good answer to me. It would be an answer that I would be worried that this person only operates in a certain way. And if this person only operates in a certain way, I am a little concerned that when they go and into a leadership position, they are inflexible. They would be a leader that works on, I don't know, focus on positivity, or a sycophant. They do not make tough decisions, for example. They're incapable of assigning people when they don't want to be assigned to a position and be able to compromise, right? Like, for example, in a group, there's a chance that you're going to have to assign someone who's good at a task that they don't want to do. Or you could see that this person has a skill set that is well suited for a skill, but they don't want to do that task. They are uncomfortable with doing that task. And in order for a leader to try to incentivize and convince them that, okay, perhaps I will have you on this task for now, give you a few incentives, and then rotate you out for another person. And then they'll take shifts or something. Understanding that you're always constantly trying to please your group members is a very incredibly rigid and idealistic and very optimistic. I get it. It's very positive forward thinking. And I'm a very positive forward thinking. I like to think I am when I'm not on the job, right? Like when I'm thinking about doing Duolingo and stuff, I tend to focus on the idealistic, optimistic point of view. In a job setting, you have to make tough decisions, and expecting to address those tough decisions is what I would ask interview questions about. So when you turn a tough question into a blanketed statement about being positive, that tells me very little about how you solve problems. It's almost like it's kind of similar to a person who says they never have problems on the job or they never have to make tough decisions. If the baseline is that they're already uncooperative, then I think it's an even bigger assumption to think that your group members are going to be willing to do stuff they don't want to do, though. If you assign them things they're comfortable with, we will at least get something out of the group project. So you're telling me that it is a bigger assumption that is uncooperative, right? That is the assumption, right? That they are willing to do stuff, right? So this is uncooperative. Whatever you said about assigning them anything, being uncooperative is already superseding that. So not only, in my opinion, that when you made the assumption still makes that your assumption has this weakness too. How can you assign a group that they're comfortable with if they're already uncooperative? You're pointing out something that I have a solution for, which I have not mentioned, right? However, I didn't tell you what I would do in an uncooperative situation. The response that you have does not either. If they're uncooperative to begin with, and you're saying, oh, you're going to assign them something they're comfortable with, that would get them to it. That's not true. That's a presumption. You think that, oh yeah, they're not going to talk to you, and then somehow they'll magically talk to you if you offer them something that they're comfortable with. I think that's also erroneous. And I didn't offer you any solution to, I'm not suggesting that that's what I do. I'm saying it has a higher chance of success than the others. That's false. That's not a fair assumption. I would incentivize versus trying to think about tasks. I might even invest in divvying up a different structure. You can try to do different structures. You can have them talk to each other and work with each other. If they're uncooperative with you, they might not necessarily uncooperative with each other. I don't think that's a fair assumption. I mean, it's a assumption you can make, I would say. But a higher chance, well, if your chance is 1% success, and my chance is whatever that other person's chance, the fake answer, right? I'm talking about the fake answer that you gave, is 0.5. This 0.5% is assuming there are only two choices. And that's the part about being presumptuous. You are presumptuous that there is one and the other. There are other structures. You can get people to talk to each other. You could even relinquish leadership. You can relinquish leadership to one that's most favorable. But that can be done along with assigning them. That's presumptions. No, that like you can relinquish leadership. That has nothing to do with assigning comfortable tasks. And you're still assuming that people like to do tasks that they're comfortable with, as in like a compatibility thing. That's still an assumption you're making too. Some people use, there's still other chance. You have not ascertained. You cannot presume that they all fall into this one category. There is a chance that two people work together has emergent properties than assigning one task. It gets more complicated, and it does complicate the thing. But what I'm illustrating is, this is a box, right? Your box is here. This is the box. The box is bigger than everything else. And you're not, like, this problem doesn't actually exist. For example, like in an interview process, it's a hypothetical. Like when the time gets terrible, right? Like, for example, what does a box like this look like? Well, you jump ship. You jump ship when the going gets tough. You are more likely, so let's talk about the interviewer. Like, we're talking about what the interviewer knows about this person. If you think it's just this or this, and then that's how you roll, I think you are a person that's more likely to jump ship when the going gets tough because you fail to consider lots of other options. As a leader or as a non-leader, you can pass temporary leadership to the person who's most favorable. Perhaps it is you, the leader, that's having the issue that people are not cooperative. So in like your group project, you yourself is the main character. So if your group is not cooperative, then you aren't the problem. There is a lot of tact to understanding that there's another leader among your group that might be more fitted temporarily, so you can reassign leadership to another person because you trust their judgment, and maybe the group works better with that person. Then the group can suddenly become cooperative because you're not the leader anymore. And that would be one action. It would be relinquishing and trusting another person for leadership. Those are lots of alternative options in solving the problem, right? And that could be 2%. Maybe it's 2%. Alternative was break the group up into 2 groups or something. It depends on how big the group is, obviously, but you can break it up into divisions. You can tier it up, something like that. There are lots of fair assumptions. And then you can combine all of them. They're not exclusive of each other, by the way. You can assign people as a comfortable task. The presumption you're making is you can't do both. That way, you can only do both your way. Like you're saying, oh, well, that also goes in with assigning comfortable tasks. Yes, but you didn't consider it when you provided the answer. The answer would include both the things. So you're making a double, in my opinion, your response is, oh yeah, I agree with that because it can go along with the comfortable task. It's like, I agree too. Your response only says comfortable task. Uncomfortable task and comfortable task are going to happen, are likely to happen. And those are all part of one thing. So your response includes both. So then now your chance of success is 1.5%. You're adding, but that's not what I was pointing out. Pointing out about what? You agree that it can be a lot. I don't think you are agreeing with the so we're not on the same page, right? First, we're not on the same page. If that's true, then what you're agreeing with, you don't understand what I'm adding at all. And I don't understand what you're trying to say. If we are on the same page, then it's more likely that you're agreeing with what you think I'm adding. Right? It's both ways. If I'm not getting what you're pointing out, then you're not getting what you're agreeing with, what I'm pointing out. I'm making that clear if we're not on the same page. However, maybe we can agree with one thing. The response is incomplete. It's incomplete. And it's predicated on presumptions. I think that's probably what we both can say here, right? At least I think that is a very conservative response. I think most of our discussions tend to involve trying to be inclusive, but we're including different points. And I'm trying to say all of the above. It's definitely a lot more consistent if you demonstrate that you're considering a lot of things versus less things when it comes to compromise. This is not involved in whatever we said earlier. Like I'm trying to create a new page, I suppose. I'm trying to create a new page and we're on that we can get on the same page. We get too far out of reach during these discussions. I don't agree with you. However, I can kind of see how that's funny. The basic element, like I've stuck, at least I attempted to stick with the idea that it is very difficult when your response is incredibly one-sided, in my opinion. Like, your responses are very one-sided. However, it's always revealed later that it's not one-sided. You didn't intend it to be one-sided. As in, like, you give a response, and I'm only commentating on that one response, and that one response is one-sided. And then later it's revealed that no, you mean like a lot. Like there's a lot of reasons, there are a lot of points. We always agree on all the extra points. And that is good because then we end up on the same page. However, the example you are given is what I'm commentating on. If you gave that response, I don't think it's a great answer. You are comparing the initial assumption I pointed out that I made earlier about the group being balanced enough for the group project, to work with by just assigning group members comfortable tasks. Okay. I was saying that it's a bigger assumption to assume that the group project will work if you assign that don't work together. I didn't say, see, that's exactly what I'm pointing out. You are assuming they are exclusive of each other. Given that the baseline is what I agree with, like you literally, my initial comment was that it is not just that. So we weren't on the same page. You agree with all my addendums, but I didn't say they were exclusive. You're thinking of 1 and 0s. You're like, oh, like you don't, if you're assigning uncomfortable tasks, then you don't assign comfortable tasks. That I did not say that. I said when you're saying assigning comfortable tasks, it's ignoring uncomfortable tasks. One must consider both. When I focused on uncomfortable tasks, you assumed the person is not doing the comfortable task assignment. So when I'm adding, I'm literally adding. You are substituting, in my opinion. You thought I was suggesting a substitution for that. The response in the interview, the example question that you had, the answer is not complete, is what I'm saying. It's not as complete. I can think of alternatives. It's incomplete answer. And one of the things that make it weak as a response is it doesn't show conflict resolution. It does not include the addition of needing to make uncomfortable assignments, how you would address that, because you assumed it had a higher chance. So because it had a higher chance, you went with mentioning the highest chance stuff. And I totally agree. If time doesn't permit that, you can say just that. And then I added a 0.5%. And then I continue to add a 1%. If the person allows me to talk, I'm just going to keep talking. We're just going to keep on adding new things until the percentage goes up. Yes, it can get a little overcomplicated, and they will probably follow up and say, don't you think this is a little complicated? Like, how would you know when it becomes too complicated? And it's like, well, I will organize and prioritize the highest chance things first, and with time permit, incorporate other things to increase the probability of success. Instead, you think that I'm not on the same page because you think that I'm ignoring this. I'm not. I'm saying in addition to this. It's both. The answer is poor because it lacks judgment. It's painting an ideal situation where you chose the best course of action, which is very appropriate, without demonstrating that there are other alternatives that you can have. So stating that, okay, presuming this is the case, presuming all of these the case, in an ideal case, the best course of action, quote unquote, the best course of action would be the following. If they're already uncooperative, the highest chance of success from a singular action is attempting to assign them with tasks they are comfortable with. However, I can see that not being the only case. There are going to be chances that in order to achieve the baseline results, we may need to assign uncomfortable positions to people. In that way, we may try to negotiate maybe a synergistic or maybe an alternative leadership structure where there are two people who are more likely comfortable in working on two different tasks, one not comfortable and one comfortable, to increase the overall success rate. Or perhaps having one person who has a skill set that is useful to mentor another one who is doing a task that they're uncomfortable with for the longevity of the project. This would naturally increase because we are doing all of the above. So instead of working with 1% being, quote, the best way, we are working with 1.5% because it's the combination of two approaches. Right? So it is, in general, when I'm speaking and where we're not on the same page, is that you agreed with all the things, but you chose to agree with all the things in comparison with each other, and not considering the possibility that you can probably do more than one of those things together to increase the overall percentage of success. So you jump ship when your best way doesn't work. At least that's my impression, that I went with the whole jump ship thing. You jump ship when the best way is not an option, as opposed to multiple ways is an option. And then alternatively, another way to look at this is the best way must be viewed as an inclusion of all the things. So my thing about uncomfortable thing must be included in your best way in order to make it feel like it's one way. Like, it might not be your way. You could end up having two different ways led by two different project leaders. Like, you can compartmentalize, let's say you handle sound or something, and another group handles art or something. And this would be under co-leadership. Right? So that's a different structure. And now you can have your way, which is the best way to make your side of the group work. And then their way, which then when you combine them together, it's maybe a 1.1% success rate as opposed to 1.0. And now you get your way and then something else. It's odd, but I think the thing that we're not on the same page is that the concern for me is it's always constantly your way or no way, as opposed to you agree with something that's great on paper, but I wouldn't do it myself because it's not the best way. I think that's probably the point that I'm making, or I was trying to make. So I'm not sure if you agree with that point, right? So when you say you agree with all my things that I'm saying, I'm not entirely sure if I was inadequate at explaining that the best way tends to be more than one way, if you know what I mean. And it would be a lot more complicated, obviously. So it would make more work for the leader. The leader will have to compromise. So I am a lazy person, I would say, when it comes to leadership. I would probably pick the best way, the way with the highest percentage chance, and then not negotiate more ways to incorporate into it. So if an approach has a 1% success rate and then all the alternatives have a 0.5% success rate, I would ignore them, right? That to me would be a way to lower my strain as a leader. I very much. I think your answer is more of a long-term solution to distributing the workload. Maybe I interpret the question differently. Whenever I get these questions, I always interpret it as how would I initially go about the problem to get the ball rolling? That's a good point. That's probably where we're on a different page. Yeah, that's a different page. So here's why I will clarify. You're talking about ball, like if I'm getting this properly, you're talking about getting the ball rolling on the project. I'm talking about getting the ball rolling on the people. So I'm people-centric. In my opinion, you're project-centric. If that's fair. Like when you say long-term solution, I don't see it as I see it as a long-term investment in people, not the workload. So you're talking about long-term solution to distributing the workload, like the workload itself to get the ball rolling on. I know it's not, I'm not saying exclusive. We're not talking about it's 100% focus on the project. I totally get that. It's not 100%. I'm saying I'm people-centric on my responses and you're project centric. So like if you want to get the project rolling, that's fantastic. I invest in the people so that problems do not occur later down the line because I'm concerned about getting the project rolling. So I sort out the long-term investment in the people's dynamics versus concerning myself with what the context of the project is. If I can get the people to work in a long-term sustainable manner, it doesn't matter what the project is. In the future, I expect to work with these people and I like to keep those people with me. So if I were to work and have a legacy, I would leave behind the people. I do a forward investment, a larger forward investment first, as opposed to a lesser forward investment in order to get the ball rolling. So like this discussion here, I'm going ham on this discussion because if you're not going to stay for this discussion, then I don't think we have a long-term connection. And it's the same. Welcome back, Sharon. It's a reflection of my personality, obviously. And if you think I'm suggesting this is good, there are lots of drawbacks. There are plenty of drawbacks. I could spend hours talking about the drawbacks too and how I would try to mitigate those drawbacks, much like how you would go about doing your project-centric task as well. So I have no qualms, and I totally believe that you probably thought about all your like the things, how you address your drawbacks. So we're not talking about obviously what you would hypothetically say in an interview and stuff. You were giving an example of a fake response, right? A fake response to that interview. And that's kind of how I was changing it. I was changing the fake response from focusing on people, right? That response was focusing on people. The key word that I focused on was uncooperative and cooperative. What is that success? And then assigning comfortable skill sets. Right, those are to me people-centric issues, as opposed to project-centric issues, because you don't know what the project is. Actually, there was a presumption made by me, which is a presumption, is that the baseline project can be reached in this resolution. In fact, I've already considered that it cannot be reached. There is a chance that no matter what you do, you can't reach it. So if you can't reach it, that's project-centric. That means you give up on it. So you cut your losses and you do the most high success thing, right? And then be okay with it. For me, if the project is going to fail, then I'm going to invest in the people. The people get learning experiences, we cut our losses, we try our best. On the rare chance, when you're people-centric, there's a chance that there's an emergent success. As in, you found a solution that you cannot foresee because you're not focusing on the project. You're focusing on the people. How you can best. Sometimes people work even more than they thought they would, or end up liking a skill that they wouldn't. So if I also considered the idea that the project itself is doomed to fail, I'm not going to jump ship though, since I'm already dedicated to it. So the alternative is to think about how to invest in the people because the project's doomed, right? My people-centric type of approach tends to be like, oh well, if the project fails, those people are going to go on to work with other people. They're going to go on to work on other projects. It might not be with me. Sorry guys, I failed as a leader. However, at least I failed investing in the people, right? So it is people-centric. What is a downside? I'll give you like 2 or 3 caveats to the downside of being people-centric. There are going to be time problems, and there are going to be tough choices. As in, what was the first thing that I had to consider? Assigning people uncomfortable skills, uncomfortable tasks. And that sucks. And this is a big drawback. If you're project-centric, you're agnostic. You're basically agnostic. Like, oh, this is the best we can do. Deal with it. Let's go. Get the ball rolling. If the problems come up, the problems come up, right? And then you either suck it up or keep doing it. The irony here is the drawback for project-centric things is the people who are upset, they jump ship. Like, they leave. That's all. It's not like you care about them. You're going to give the impression that you care about the project first. You're not sorting out their early investment. So, in my opinion, the ironic thing here is, if I were try to hire you, you would leave already. Like, if I took this approach, you would less likely stay, even if you have wonderful skills and potential. If I told you, okay, we can't really flex about this. Let's get the ball rolling. You're the best at this. I don't care. Like, you're the best and most suitable, and I hope you're comfortable with this skill set. I'm not necessarily going to concern about whether you feel like you want to try something different or not. It's for the project. Let's get the project rolling, and it'll produce the results we want, right? We'll get the results. It's the highest chance of success. Let's go with it. That's a fair approach. And you can choose ways to mitigate that too, right? Try to set boundaries, do fast recruitment, right? Fast recruitment and offset that. And for people-centric things, you're investing. So your selection process for interviews are higher. And that's what I mean by I could be very stringent when it comes to scouting, because I'm investing in the people. I'm not investing in my project per se. Like, if the people are working well, my project can change very rapidly. Projects are tenuous. They are things that people can make. However, I wouldn't know what the project is gonna. I might have some vision. However, with the people I hire, the project can become more than the project I imagine myself. The trade-off is I don't have as much confidence in my own vision, so that can come off as a weak leadership. If you're project-centric, you might come off as a strong leader, right? A person who knows exactly what they want. So, are you an Apple? Or are you Linux? Nah, I'm kidding. That's a terrible analogy. But are you someone who has a complete vision? Are you Kojima? Or are you someone who's just very mediocre product, right? If I had to pick, like, this is a terrible this is a terrible double barrel. I prefer to make a lifelong company that makes a bunch of 8 products than a 10 every 8 years, because you have to replace your staff. You have to constantly revolve around your own leadership, right? But I think overall, both companies exist. Those structures exist. Are you a workhorse company that consistently make 7s and 8s, Sega? Or are you someone who are from South, right? And may have Miyazaki micromanage everything. And I think, Sub-Zero, if I'm not too presumptuous, I think you're the person who prefers to be a leader who has control over everything. And that works really well because some of the most successful companies operate like that. Elon Musk. So, you know, that definitely works. There are plenty of examples of that. I think there are people don't talk about the companies that aren't led by an incredibly strong, stringent leader. Like, I don't know. What is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that has no front man? Maybe the oil industry? Possibly. I don't. Thank you, Christopher. Yes. Oh, I see. I get to know everyone's like default language with the anniversary button. So that's definitely, that looks like Spanish to me. Feliz aniversario. Aniversario? Yeah, aniversario de. Oh, afiliación. Oh, it could be. No, I think that's Spanish. Right? Pretty sure that is. What do you think, Sub-Zero? Maybe I'm off the page here. This is a. I don't mean to try to put yourself in a box. I'm thinking that I'm trying to understand you, right? I think you are very comfortable when you have control, like a lot of control in the leadership, and it totally makes sense how terrible the group projects make you feel when you don't have any semblance of control over your group members, even though like they obviously underperformed, which it is a terrible feeling. When have you ever been in a group where your group members do really, really well, but they just don't, you couldn't control what they did? Does that make you feel bad too? Like, or are you okay when your group member's like super good, but they don't ever listen to you or anything like that? I don't know if you would be ever okay, if you would be okay with that situation, or maybe it might present like a guilty feeling where like, I'm just chilling back and doing nothing and my group just does everything. I personally don't mind that, because I think the least I can do in a situation like that as well is that I tell my group how awesome they are. In fact, I would not mind being a leader who is able to gather far more talented people than myself to work together, right? And that means less work for me, but also being very grateful. I think in my life, maybe this is something of an anecdotal experience. I genuinely feel that in my life, the groups that I work with, I have been surrounded by incredibly people that are far more talented than I am. And I had absolutely no control over what they did because they called the shots. Or it was more like a lot of talented individuals that don't really work with each other, but we all had a similar vision by coincidence. And I felt like I contributed the least amount. And when someone says, oh, this person could be lazy, but they're not lazy, but they're not confident in taking inaction, I almost felt like that was describing me. Using the pom-poms is fun. I like being a cheerleader. I don't mind being a cheerleader in a group. Sometimes you don't always have to shine, right? I think maybe that is due to experience. I have been in a group where I've done all the work, and I still felt like if I could do better in that group experience, it would inspire them to also want to do better. So yeah, I can be very people centric. I think if the project has a high rate of success, it's not as important as the people having a high rate of cooperation. Sometimes I prefer to bet on the people than the project itself. So that's probably where we substantially differ. Largely due to the nature that I guess I'm no longer that much of a loner when it comes to doing big projects. And people who view themselves as the substantial person, the person who contributes to everything, I can see how it's apprehensive if you're willing to invest in the people as opposed in the short term than investing into the success of the project. The one last thing that I want to leave off on is probably the idea of the gamble that Jeff Bezos made for Amazon. In one of his interviews when he was in a car and stuff, he said that Amazon decided to invest in a 5-year plan in their customer base and running on fumes and negative, and it paid off. Now, that is probably the biggest drawback to having a people-centric approach to building groups. The idea that it's going to take a heavy forward investment, and it could fail. Like, it could fail really, really terribly, right? You could be misguided, and the way you can mitigate this is to increase the stringency of the way you select people. So yeah, I will have to agree that for me, if I was running a company, the application success rate is probably going to be fairly low. However, my employee satisfaction is probably going to be arguably higher as opposed to the other way around. And one of the drawbacks of this is it also means that ideas and innovations are going to slow down, right? When you invest in people, those people are going to be there for a long term, and there is going to be dangers of lack of innovation. So you're, in my opinion, probably going to go take a workhorse approach where you use those people to collaboratively take innovation from other places and iterate on them. So like a game studio that takes all the popular topical elements and try to do what they do best, which is to work efficiently and create a product that resembles what is popular. So kind of like a Chinese sort of game mill approach. It's not the greatest because there's a stigma of quality, but more like, okay, so we're not getting a lot of fresh blood, right? Like, people are not getting accepted, and people who work for me wants to stay at the company. So we need to give them ideas. So the way to offset this is we would set up meetings for enrichment. Like, hey guys, let's bring in a guest every year. Let's bring in a guest designer every year, or a guest collaborator every year, because if we're a company that focuses on employee satisfaction first, we need new ideas, or new fresh blood every once in a while, because it's gonna suck. Like, it's gonna dwindle our innovation process. I mean, you could get super lucky and there's like some powerhouse creative person in your group. Generally speaking, when a group stays together for a really long time, they stagnate. They will likely creatively stagnate. In a project-centric company, employees turn over very quickly. Employees go in, they get the project done, and they might leave. It's like, it's about the project. Like, oh, I love this project. Now I'm done with it. I'm going to go leave for the biggest bidder. That is definitely the world of tech right now, in my opinion. You go in, the company is hiring you for your capacity to complete a project. And when that project's complete, you either stay or you don't. And typically, for most people, they don't, because they attract the people who are invested in the project and not the people. So it's a very, to me, it's a two existing models of business. And for me, I would definitely take 100 smaller company than a probably like 50,000 plus conglomerate. And the interview process kind of probably reflects that as well. Using the boss does things in the background while watching their employees. Yeah. I would say if I started a company, it probably ruined my personal life. Because I would not be able to divorce myself from constantly concerning myself with the health and satisfaction of my employees versus like prioritizing the project, right? If my employees are not happy, then I don't expect a great project. If my employees are not happy, then I don't expect a quality product to come out. That's my presumption. Those are my biases. I think it's the other way. And the irony here is the whole start of this digression involved me saying, oh, we have to also make tough decisions, right? But what I mean is after you make the comfortable decisions, you also have to make the tough decisions. And those are the things that take longer and longer time, right? You can't satisfy everyone, but at least you can try satisfying your employees. And having a stringent interview process means, in my opinion, less and less likely that the employees would misunderstand what you're looking for. And that is the tough decision. Like there could be a really qualified employee with a great skill set, however, they're not a fit for the company. That's, without saying about company, to me, that's kind of how the school process works. So like when you're interested in a candidate, right? Like a PhD candidate, I feel like the interview process gravitates more on, is this candidate a fit for the program? And did you vibe off each other that is a fit for the candidate? The candidate itself could be really, really strong on paper. However, they might choose something else because it doesn't fit the profile. And that is coming from a privileged position as well, because you're going to assume that candidate is really, really good. So they're going to have multiple offers. And the question is, are you desperate enough to try to cater and accommodate to that candidate at the expense of your company vision for employees? I have seen and have been part of a department where a superstar became a free agent, right? Suddenly a superstar has become a free agent. And they, the organization bent over backwards to try to get them to come to their university. So that meant coming up with a package that treated this person, potentially elevating this person's popularity and hoping that the rest of the people that are already there in your institution understands that it's good for everyone. However, it doesn't vindicate that it disturbs the social structure, right? And project-centric things kind of feel like that to me, where like a company is like, oh yeah, hey, we got to get this guy on board. And then suddenly that guy is the leader. And then everyone now bends to that person's vision, right? Sounds like a startup. Or maybe sounds like a corporate shift, right? The super large companies would probably be like that, right? Oh, a CEO is stepping down and another CEO is coming in. Like, oh, well, we're expecting and people invest based on the leadership, and totally understand. I feel now I sound like some guy who like sits there in name only. Like, for example, I'm not saying I'm like this person. I'm not, but it's kind of like how people view Bill Gates for a really long time, where like, oh yeah, you know, Bill Gates is there. You know, he created something. And then you think about, how do people follow Bill Gates for the direction of Microsoft? Like, not now, but way back. Like, well, not really, right? Not really. And that's kind of a level of trust, I think. Or, oh, here's a good example. Gabe Newell. a valve, right, for the Steam client. Like you talk about Gabe like a person, or like for the layman perspective, right, from the outside, and at the same time you don't really know what he's doing in the background. Like you have no idea. And that's kind of probably, I won't be a boss ever though, so like I don't like being a boss, so that's a whole different story. But my thought was, I like being someone who sees an organization be successful and all the people get recognized as the people, as opposed to like a figurehead that seemingly can sway the entire organization of a company, whatever suits their whim. We can probably think of quite a lot of remarkable people nowadays in the topical space that fits that bill, if you know what I mean. What the heck is this? Anyways, that was a really long digression, and I really like it. I don't know, Sub-Zero is like, I'm tired of this. We're done. Oh, is this a new... Oh, credit card. Guess one of my credit cards expired. Sub-Zero's like, nah, I'm over this. Okay, Unit 68. Yeah, we're finally back. Unit 68. I do have to thank Sub-Zero for like tolerating or doing these discussions all the time. Let's see. It might not last forever though. Might not last forever. Right. Okay. This is where we spam a lot of predicates. Let's do it as quickly as we can. So, iku. Uru. Aruku. Oh, that one. Very ugly. Ashiru. Oyogu. Kaku. Other kaku. Utau. Miru. Miru. Yomu. Keru. Nageru. Omou. Oops. Too thin. Anomu. Anomu. I think there's an action to add extras. Like how and Uru. Toru. Toru is the one that I missed a lot. Other Toru. Okay. 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 Let's provide some example. Tokyo. Wait. Wait. Did it come before or after? I think it came before. Yeah, it came before. Kyoto. Koen. Michi. Umi. Let's swap it up. Gita. Wait. Is it Gita or Gita? No, it's Gita. Oh, wait. Is there a tsu in guitar? No, I don't think so. That looks right. Gita. Yeah. Yes. Kaku. Kaku. Megami. Utao. Let's see. Oe. Miru. Eiga. Eiga. Manga. Water. Keru. Keru. Boru. Nageru. Yakyu. Oh, yes. Yes. Omo, and right. What these? Okay. Daijoubu. Eta. Jouzu. Tabun. Bye. Still kyokasho. Kyokasho. Let's do bento. What was bento again? This, yes, bento. Sashin. Toru, chashin. Chashin. Whoops. Chashin. Alright, that's pretty good. We're gonna leave this unit behind soon, but we have a lot of predicates that we can use now. Like, tons of predicates. I think this is like, a fourth? Maybe a fourth of the predicates? I can definitely think of a lot more. Oh, wait. Did I include the one? No, I didn't. I told myself that I would remember this one too. Yesterday. Pretty sure. Hiraku. Maybe like E. Wait. No, that's not E. The ending is ew, right? Yeah, ew. Not E. Not disgusting. Ew. Ew. Not disgusting. There's Scout as well. Oh, wait. Did I write the new thing? Oh, I need to write another thing. So yesterday I was a little bit confused, slightly, but now I understand. So there was a note on shiru, right? So shiru is a ru adjective. I mean, ru verb. So that's why it was shite. Or shite, right? It converted to shite. Shite, because it's a ru adjective. Not to be confused with an iru, which typically irus have, the way I will remember from now on is if the root or the stem kanji includes the i or the e, then it's a ru. It's a ru verb. So this is actually a godan, not a ichidan, which I was a little confused a little bit for a moment because I was thinking shiru. I'm like, there's an iru in it, but it's actually shi and then ru. So it's a ru adjective, not shiiru, right? There's no e part, like beru, right? Beru would be an ichidan. So that clarifies that for me. And it's the same with, I think this is the only example at the moment. That encounter, I was like, wait a minute, how's that shite? Because it's a godan. It's a ru. I need to make special considerations of ru godans. That solves that last little mystery. I think we've covered all the mysteries in this unit. All right, now we're gonna finally get into our personalized practice. Okay.
兄は熊が好きです。
兄は熊が好きです。Okay. 熊が好きです。Let's see how quickly we can wrap this up, right? 男の人。
男の人。
女の人。女の子。
熊。海。
私の部屋は4階にあります。
私の部屋は4階にあります。動物園にはね。
動物園
には熊がいますか？
歌手の歌はひどかったです。
歌手。Oh, the singer. Yeah, I don't have kashu yet. Oh, we talked about it though. It's this probably. And then shu. Which one was shu? Yeah, this is probably kashu. Because Valentine. Someone brought it up. Yeah, kashu. Kashu no uta, and then uta is... Wait, I think this is uta. Just standalone. So... uta wa... do desu. I don't think I have... Doi. No, I don't have hitoi.
「歌手は1時間ぐらい歌いました。でも歌はひどかったです。歌の後、頭が痛かったです。 歌手は1時間ぐらい歌いました。でも歌はひどかったです。歌の後、頭が痛かったです。
Okay.
私
私は部屋の
は
私の部屋は
部屋は
私の部屋は4階
4階
4階
に
にあります。
あります。
ケンさんのお父さんに挨拶しました。
お父さん、okay, that's fine. に挨拶ました。しました。I wonder if that I is the same I. No. It's probably just しました。So, 挨拶. Oh, no, wait, it's not. Oh, ooh. Okay. ケンさんのお父さんに挨拶しました。うん。
新郎の親戚に挨拶しました。新郎のお母さんと1時間ぐらい話しました。話はつまらなかったです。帰りたかったです。
I miss these little things. We haven't gone back to doing these prompts yet. And these prompts don't exist in the Chinese course yet. Where you like listen and then respond to a prompt.
マネージャーに電話します。
同僚
I don't have 同僚 yet. 同僚 no.
後で
後で同僚に電話します。
電話します。
イタリアに留学しました。
イタリアに留学しました。留学 Chinese and Japanese reinforcing each other with their powers combined. And that is an awful writing of that last shape. With their powers combined. Ryugaku. Although I had to swap out Ryugaku. Oh, no, wait. Actually, it's identical. Just kidding. Identical for both. Liu Xie. Liu Xie is Ryugaku. 何に留学しました？ね。ドイツ。
たくさん絵を描きました。
たくさん絵を描きました。絵を practice 絵 today. So we got the 絵 and then we have the 描くを描きました。The difference between lots and a lot.
子
Boy.
供の時、よく絵を描きました。楽しかったです。いつも母にその絵をあげました。
Not too bad, not too bad.
あの狐はとても可愛いです。
あの狐はとても可愛いです。 I'm dying. I just read a message that someone's goated parents got them a PlayStation 5 at Costco. What a goated parents, you know? I know. Yeah, I don't know. I like hearing when parents buy their kids stuff. I would totally spoil my child too. My hypothetical child. I feel like that's probably gonna be one of the worst parts about it, spoiling your child. At least in my reflecting. I'm reflecting. I know. I wonder what the. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write a message back. I'm curious what game, if they picked up a Sony exclusive or something. キツネはとても可愛いです。
結婚。キツネ。
池。
海。男の人。
新しい友達に会いました。
新しい友達。Okay. Oh no, I haven't written tomodachi in a while. That seems a little. I think the crown is not correct. Tomodachi. Oh no, it's fine. Oh, I just have it a little too separated, but oh, it's fine. Okay, all right. I still got it. It's fine. Tomodachi ni aimashita. I committed. Pareshi. Pareshi.
Kareshi.
Current. So, ima no kareshi ni aimashita?
Ni aimashita.
I didn't mean to say it like that, but I was questioning.
勉強は好きでしたか？
勉強。Right. 勉強。勉強は好きでしたか？勉強は大変。Okay, we have 大変。That's sorry. That's a little gross. I think I did that incorrectly. I think taihen is this. Oh, I missed a stroke. Oh yeah, this is the difference between the extra strokas in the Japanese one. That's right. 大変でした。でも先生は優しかったです。優しい。Right. 優しい。
先生、
シャトルバス。
シリアル、
勉強。悪い。
Alright, 悪い。Wow, that stroke carried too far. 悪い。And 頭。No.
神父のネックレスはとても美しかったです。
神父 No. No 神父。The groom? I mean, not the groom, the bride. 神父のネックレスはとても美しかったです。美しい。Someone has used this before, and I think Valentine has used 美しい, which is no wait, I think you do this line first, then you do this. It's the same as 美国美しい Sure that's 美しい Yes 美しい Alright 姉姉の何姉のドレスは Yeah, that works 美しかった美しかったです美しい
バイトの近くのアパートを借りました。
バイトoh yeah バイトの近くYes 近くのアパートを借りました。I'm not sure if I had rent 借りました。But we do have other words as well. Is it the same? I think it is. I think it's 借りる that they're using here. Yeah, that would check out 借りる。借りました which is the current unit actually. So, yeah, that's 借りる. Okay. Checks out. 借りる is okay. And then バイト。バイトの近くのアパートを借りました。バイト like アルバイト or アルバイthe German phrase, right? The German word. Okay. 兄は this 兄は2013年3年 Yes 3年
10年
Yeah 年で にねに Where are we going with this? イタリアでかわいいアパートを借りました。So like for a duration of time, when you rent something for a duration of time, does that use day or does it use ni? Oh no, that's an actual date actually. That's 2013, so that's ni.
とても厳しい先生がいました。
とても厳しい先生がいました。どんな厳しいThere were two strict teachers.
先生
先生が2人。
二人。
Oh no, 2人。2人。2人。I was gonna say 2年。2人いました。
いました。
Oh, I forgot restrict.
厳しい。
厳しい。Oh, have I been saying, I think I might have been saying 厳しい instead of 厳しい。厳しい先生が2人いました。
明日仕事を休みます。
明日仕事、Sorry. That was awful. Oh my goodness, it's so fat. Okay, alright. 仕事休みます。Right?
明日
仕事を休みます。
休みます。
Okay.
私は何もいりません。
私は何もいりません。Right. 何も is the grammar there.
誰にも言いません。どれ
誰も誰にも Yeah, so 誰も but particle 誰にも誰にも言いません
誰にも言いません。
言いません。
体育の先生は怖かったです。
体育の先生はSorry, I had to cough. かわいい。かわいい is beep 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 かわいい。の体育。Okay. 怖かったです。Occasionally is, oh man, what was it? It's like, たまに and something else is in this unit, and I don't remember either, like, habitually. Okay, たまに let's start with 体育の授業をたまに休みました。I think I can stick it in here, right? Yeah, or you can stick it on the outside.
新しい店に行きませんか？
新しい店に行きませんか？店。新しい店に行きませんか？Okay. Alright.
先週この
この店で、oh, no, wait. Yeah, that's fine.
先週
Or we can put it in here, right? この店で先週鉛筆を買いました。
買いました。
No, you have to put it on the outside.
同僚のスピーチはとても長かったです。
同僚のスピーチはとても長かったです。長い。That's kind of awful. Okay, it's a little off-centered. Wait. Yeah. Those are two separate. 同僚。スピーチは本当に長かったです。家に帰りたかった。
帰りたかった。
専攻はフランス文学でした。
専攻はね、フランス文学でした。はい。専攻はドイツ文学でした。
どんな学校でしたか？
Oh, this one was a little weird. Oh, no, never mind. Not the one I'm thinking of. 毎日バスで学校に行きました。Oh, wait. Yes, that's 学校。
その鉛筆は小さくて可愛いですね。
Alright, let's write 鉛筆。その鉛筆。はい。鉛筆は小さくて可愛いですね。So, this is conjunction of adjectives, specifically E adjectives, an E adjective.
このホチキスのデザインはいいですね。小さくて便利です。いくらですか？
Okay. ホチキス。I really dislike stapler. ホチキス。Yeah, ホチキス。You would think someone who pronounces desks would be fine with ホチキス. But no, not particularly. I will not tell anyone. 誰にも言いません。Okay. How do I screw this up? Oh yeah, right.
先週
この店で鉛筆を買いました。
鉛筆を買いました。
Okay. Alright. Now we're back to our units.
教科書をコピーしないでください。
教科書をコピーして、wait. しないでください。 コピ
コピ
ー、コピーしないで
ーください。
まだ、
まだ
まだ学校、まだ学校に行かないで、行かないでください。
行か
ないでください。
大きいカレンダーが欲しいです。
大きいカレンダー
が
が欲しいです。
欲しいです。
その、その文章、その文章はとても長いです。文章。
文章はとても貸して
あ
貸してなです。
これを取って、
これを取って、
これ
これを取
取
っ。
ってて、
Don't take this. Right. 皆さん、取る。自転車。
自動車。
自動車。Oh, I misread the middle. Dang you.
7つ。
取ります。
お金を取らないでください。
お金を取れないでください。取れないで。Need articles? No, wait. Maybe I don't need articles. No articles. Okay. I mean, I think they still accept the article. So.
文章。
文章。
汚い。
The heck? 吸いました。Which one was this?
吸いました。
吸いました。Oh, to smoke. 吸いました。吸う。
取ります。
分。
そうなんですよ。
そんなんでしょう。Sorry, excuse me. I've been developing a cough lately. Let's see. Oh, yeah. This one was... So we're making it... Right. So... So essay, right? So... 作文の書く。No.
の
作文を書く。Right? 書くのが。Yeah? 書くのが宿題です。Right?
宿題
で。
です
彼は年を取っています。
あれは、No. 彼は、
彼は年を取っています。
年を
取っています。
Okay, I did not get that. Oh, right. That's right. 年, okay. But, I mean, I suspect it had something to do with how old, but she was the read on that? Okay. So when it's standing alone? Okay. Like that. 彼は年を取っています。Interesting. How many? What? Oh, That is a singular use case right there. Man, there's Toru has so many meanings. I'm guessing it's to be like to acquire, no. That's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. How many years you have obtained you could consider it as like a way of obtaining. So, 彼は you know, 彼は年を経っています。So, how old? Yeah, that makes sense. Wait. He is... Wait. He is old? To acquire, like, to obtain a status or something? Interesting. So he has become old, like he is and has transitioned to oldness and still persists to be old. So toteimasu. So it could kind of fill in. Where is that? To obtain, to acquire, to like to yeah. I guess that's interesting. Oh, that is gonna be a fringe case. I don't really know how often come up, other than saying like this guy is literally this age or something. It's important to take notes. ノート。
ノート。
ノートを取るのは大切です。
取るのは
大切です。
大切です。
ノートを見ないでください。
ノートを見ないでください。
教科書
をコピーしないでください。
コピ
ーしないでください。
その映画はまだ見ないでください。
Oh, he's got Astrobot. その映画はまだ見ないでください。その映画。Alright.
トイレを貸してください。
トイレを貸せて。貸して。Wait. トイレを貸し。How does 貸し work?
トイレを貸してください。
貸して。Yeah.
貸してください。
This one is kind of weird. So you're the only one here. You have a question. It's your first time ever watching me? Okay, Matthias. Go on. You have a question, huh? Asu to rent out to loan to him. Okay. I guess. Yeah, use the bathroom. Borrow a pen from your friend. 友達から鉛筆or ペンペンを borrow 借りる probably 借りてください。Have I noticed a difference in my Japanese so far? Well, I mean, I started with 0, so yes, I have.
借りてください。
彼氏にお金を貸します。
Kareshi okane, if you wanted to see the difference between my Japanese, I recorded every single day that I've used Duolingo. So I don't necessarily, I can probably look at the first video. Probably.
彼氏にお金を貸します。
彼氏にね
彼氏にお金を貸します。
彼氏のお金を貸します。貸します。
お金を貸します。
borrow. Oh no, lend. 貸す。私の辞書。私の辞書から、の貸さないでください。
私
の辞書を貸さないで。ねOh, they're going with, no, they're not going with it. Please do not, yeah. Wait. It's not kasanaide.
借りない
Oh, because it is a ichidan. It is an ichidan. Yeah, karinaide.
でください
Right, that's right. Kariru is an ichidan. You did learn Japanese using Duolingo a few months ago, but it just didn't seem enough. It gets harder tasks from nowhere at a certain point. I see. A few months ago. How long is that? What unit did you get to? A few months ago would place you in the post 2024, so I could make a comment about that. Most of the time when people say they've used Duolingo, it was before 2024, so I would have no point of reference since they changed the course. But yeah. So what are you doing now, by the way, Matthias?
レストランの入り口に並びます。レストラン
And how did you measure if it's working or not? Like, so I have a few questions. Sorry, I'm overloading with you a few questions. I usually ask how like where, like what units, if you're doing Duolingo, what unit have you left off? What are you doing now to replace it? What are you doing now? That's usually a good question. And how did you measure in the first place? How did you find out? Like what were your metrics in the way you get a feel for whether it's working or not? But those are probably three principal questions. So you had since 2018. Okay, so that produces a problem, right? So if you're going from 2018 to a few months ago, right? A few months ago, then I pretty much can't comment on anything before 2024. And then you probably got hit with the path change, right? The path change. So that could be a rough like emotional and intellectual change when you got hit by the post 2024 thing. Yeah, I can imagine that. Especially the further you go back here, it can be incredibly disruptive to someone's routine. I can definitely understand. This gives me a better picture of how you might feel like it's not working anymore. Your family didn't like it at all, at all the thing of the path. Yeah, that's fair enough. I have no point of reference, so I have no point of reference for anything before. I started in 2024 February, so I cannot unfortunately make any comments about the changes. The current thing, you did like it though. I do not have any issues with the path. And like no glaring issues with what I understand is the Duolingo design. However, I can definitely tell that this design may requires supplements, requires compliments, like something to complement it, for sure. And then there are stuff about this design that will not help the older you get. So the older you get, and if age is equivalent to how long you stay within a learning process, then the older you get, like say the learning process does not change, it like gets refined as opposed to get constantly get innovated. So the older you are, the more likely this new design is going to be very emotionally and intellectually not helpful, is probably what I'm going to say about this. So it checks out that probably your family members. You're a project of a polyglot? Well, I really like using Duolingo. Right now I'm learning Spanish. Oh, okay. Spanish, huh? Spanish is great, and it's a flagship course. I will be adding Spanish a little bit later. My 3 languages that I plan on keeping up to date are Spanish, Japanese, and Chinese. Largely because they're already part of my life for a while now. I'm born and raised in the United States, and my first learned language, my secondary language acquisition was Spanish. Regrettably, it requires a lot of review, so I will be looking at the Duolingo Spanish course for like the foreseeable 2 or 3 years. So soon, I have it scheduled for post February, like a little at the end of February of 2025 is probably when I'll start the Spanish thing. Right now, it has been 270 days since I started Japanese, and my Chinese lesson is around 166, something like that. I staggered Japanese and Chinese. Japanese is the thing that I'm most born in, and then Mandarin, my family is Chinese, and then Spanish would be my most familiar. I spent like 2 or 3 years with Spanish, 1 year, 2 semesters in college. You're Brazilian. I'm not surprised. Welcome. This is about the time zone where I speak to Brazilians, and usually they're on the YouTube side of things, actually, interestingly enough. English is your second language, around C1. Excellent. Way to be multilingual. So now we're jiving on a multilingual thing. You're going to try med school in Argentina, probably in 2027. Interesting. So you're gonna move to Argentina. Why not stay in Brazil for med school, Matthias? I actually don't know anything about med school outside of the United States. So is there something like special about Argentina as opposed to Brazil? So you got to be fluent to take med lessons. Oh, okay. Oh, medicine is so expensive in Brazil. Ah, I see. So it's relatively less expensive in Argentina. I see. Med school. I don't have to tell you. Med school is. You've probably seen. Since you're interested in med school, you probably already seen TikToks and YouTube shorts about the running depth of American physicians. six figure debt. I've heard it all before. Med school, huh? 2027. So how does med school work? Do you have to go to college before you go to med school? So are you first year uni? You're in first year university? Obviously, I'm making a really I'm being presumptuous here. I'm assuming it's a 4-year college before you go to med school. Or 4-year university. Which may not be true in Brazil. So you know 2 and you already know English. That's great. You're a psychology student. Oh, interesting. In freshman? Like first year? Is this your first year? You're like concluding like your first semester, getting ready for the winter break? And may I ask, is here in Brazil, oh, you don't have college. Okay, so how does it work? Well, no, well, yeah, okay, I'm gonna clarify. In college, when I say college and uni, they're equivalent here. So college means uni. What I mean by when I say college and uni, when I go back and forth, is that they're the same things. In the United States, when they say college or university, they're usually it's interchangeable because there was this somewhat implicit like a thing about like universities are larger than colleges, but there are universities named colleges. So what I'm referring to is I'm referring to the first 4 years before med school. So colleges are 4 years, universities are 4 years too. So I was asking if you are in university, which that's what I meant said uni, but like first year, I imagine, since you said 3 years out. When finishing high school, you got to pass an exam, okay, from any university. And do you only need to pass the exam, or do you need to take classes and stuff? Like you have to do many years, or it can be as many years it takes to pass the exam. Oh, you don't? Oh, interesting. Oh, just the exam. Intriguing. That is very different. That is very different. So you're going to work at this for another 3 years. Oh, it takes 5 years to graduate. Okay. Oh, because you probably go for a year quicker. I see. Well, good luck. Good luck with that. That sounds... I don't know what it's like outside of the United States, but med school, that is a very, very... You would like to be a psychologist? I see. Yeah, med school is a long road. Yeah. I actually don't know if psychology... I don't know if psychology here is separated from med school. Like that med school. There might be 2 separate branches in the United States. Oh, you want to be a psychiatrist? Okay, now that is med school. Yeah, psychiatrist is a med school. Yes. Oh, or at least I'm using like I'm comparing it to the United States, so bear with me. I don't actually know anything outside. But yeah, psychiatry is in the med school due to the pharmaceuticals, right? The use of pharmaceuticals. Psychologists can go the route of scholars, so you can have like clinic experience. However, you can pursue like a PhD in psychology and then pivot to clinic experience, so you don't necessarily have to go to med school.
レストランの入り口に並びます。
Psychiatry. Yeah. Big road ahead. And may I ask, you're learning Spanish because in South America, when you like go around South America, is Spanish like something that is universal around the area? Like, say like instead of learning like Portuguese and Argentinian, I'm not sure what the Argentinian language is, you can safely move around using Spanish? Is that how that works? I don't know enough about South America, unfortunately. Oh, Argentina. Oh, they speak Spanish. Okay. Is that their national language? Brazil speaks Portuguese, yeah. I understand about the Portuguese thing. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that, actually. Interesting. It's interesting how Brazil ended up with Portuguese and Argentina ended up with Spanish. Huh. Wonder what the history is like of that. My European history is quite weak. When it comes to like the conquistador, like the time of colonial times, when how like Portuguese and French, I mean Portuguese, French, and Spanish influenced the South American continent. So it is pretty interesting to consider like Brazil ended up Portuguese and Argentina ended up Spanish, and then you got like some French north of Brazil, and then of course Central American. So very intriguing. DBH, our history is very interesting. I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Well, so you mentioned that you've been using Duolingo, but it has been, so what else have you been using? Sorry, there was another question. What else have you been using? And have you been using your Spanish somehow that you know that it may or may not be working or something like that? What is it? You mentioned something that was not working out. It doesn't seem enough. Babbel. Oh, okay. So you went to, okay, Babbel. How's Babbel going? I imagine Babbel. So I haven't used Babbel myself. However, Babbel is operating on a very similar principle. So was that enough to supplement how you feel like it wasn't enough? Did it add more? So here's the thing about Spanish. Babbel is better for European languages. Interesting. But we're talking about Spanish here, right? Not necessarily European language. Duolingo's flagship is Spanish. So other European languages maybe not so much, but Spanish is the flagship. You're saying that Babbel, one of their flagships, are Spanish as well, right? It would make sense. So Portuguese is very similar to Spanish. They are literally siblings. I understand that. I understand that. Also, I know someone, I've been talking with someone for a while now who likes to learn Spanish, and they use Bushu. So that's also something you can consider if you like that type of structure. Babbel, Duolingo, and Bushu operate on a very overlapping design philosophy. So there is also Bushu. Yeah, I know. I know that Portuguese and Spanish comes from the same language. They're Romance language. Yes. The thing is, I'm not necessarily addressing the nature of the relationship between Portuguese and Spanish, but how does Babbel offer? Are you satisfied with the combination of Babbel and Duolingo? So if Duolingo hasn't had enough material, you would supplement with your Portuguese. Okay, I understand that. That makes sense. Like, is the material enough? Like, does Babbel do something that provides enough material as well? So does that mean you're using Duolingo at the same time as Babbel, or you switch to Babbel and how you're doing the same thing with Babbel, or Babbel is enough. You're using both. Oh, okay. Duolingo is not enough. I can tell you that. To be a little bit more generalizing, no single tool is enough. And no multiple tool is enough. I think it's only enough when you're able to do it without the tool. So for me personally. So if you're not forming, like, if one is not comfortable forming sentences without being reminded what it looks like and what it sounds like, then still got progress to go, right? That's probably where I would cut it. So is Duolingo enough? If you're saying, is Duolingo enough to, like, for me, I'm doing Japanese, right? Is it enough for me to engage with Japanese? The answer is yes. Anything is enough for engagement, in my opinion. However, I was trying to figure out what you mean by not enough material. I think material might come down to, it sounds like you want more exercises. Like, the material, as far as I know about the Spanish thing, Duolingo covers, like, the material itself, the unique material itself covers what is expected of the Spanish language. However, I guess you want more practice with the material to make it sense. You can literally understand Spanish without having learned anything from Spanish because of the similarities. I understand that. I know what you're trying to say. So hear me out here. Because you think that, then I don't think there's a tool that think it's enough material. You're relying on your similarities to dictate how much the material is. At least in my opinion. Since you're highlighting and you're consistently talking about how you can fill in the gaps of Portuguese, and you think the similarities are allowing you to understand Spanish without needing to know it, then I'm doing a unit per day. I see. I mean, that seems fine. It probably won't seem like enough material because, in my opinion, but you feel like you already know the material because of Portuguese, and that can be a little tough, I suppose. I don't know. There are graded readers for Spanish. What, do you do anything outside of SRS? Do you do anything outside of SRS? Do you talk to anybody in Spanish? Maybe you can figure out what is it that you need. When I think of someone saying there's not enough material, I usually think of in a manner that the person believes that the material is not new enough. You're not learning much, right? Learning means that material is new. Practicing is, the material is not new. You're practicing what you know so that you can be more consistent. You wish me good luck on my journey. All right, thanks. I guess I imagine you're leaving then. Good luck with your Spanish and your future as a medical professional.
レストランの入り口に並びます。
レストランの入り口に、レストランの入り口に。Sorry, now I'm trying to one-way discussions, one-way conversations. レストランの入り口に、
並び、
just wait, 並びます。
まだ車を返さないでください。
まだ車を返さないで。It's so late here. Good luck. I mean, okay. Yeah, good luck. まだ車を返さないでください。
まだ車を返さないでください。
返さないでください。
レストランの入り口に並ばないでください。レストラン
レストランの入り口に並ばないでください。
並ばでないください。
彼は明日お金を返すと言いました。
彼は明日お金を返すと言いました。Right. said that.
私のノートを他の人に貸さないでください。
私のノートをWhat are you gonna do with it?
私のノートを他の人に貸さないでください。
他の人に
私のノートを他の人に貸さないでください。
貸さないで
ください。
Don't lend my notes to other people.
銀行にお金を返しました。
銀行にお金を返しました。Oh there, XD. It's been a long while. How are you?私の仕事はね、No. 私の仕事、oh wait, they did this differently, but we're gonna do it the way I would phrase it.
私
の仕事が
本の
I think they went with 本のlend, which is 貸す。そう、貸すの。
貸すの貸す。
Oh no, just kidding. This is not the example that I was thinking of.
の
Is it?
を貸すです。
Oh, it might be. So I placed this on the outside, right? I mean, I didn't place this on the outside. I would place it this way. But I'm pretty sure they went with... Let's try this. I think this is the order that they were adjusting. No. Wait. No, it's over here. Oh.
がを
Wait.
貸す
Yeah.
が
Oh, actually, that might not work. No, that doesn't work, actually.
本のを貸すの私の仕事
が、
So,
お、 が、
I'm thinking of moving this to the front, but what was their way? Hono, yeah, hono kashino ga, kashino ga watashi no shigoto desu. Yeah, this was the way that they wanted. I think my initial one was like watashi no shigoto hono. I put watashi no shigoto in the front, I think.
この雑誌は何ページありますか？
この雑誌は何ページページありますか？何ページ？
この雑誌は何ページありますか？
何ページ？ Yeah, 何ページ? I'm like, that kind of sounds disgusting. 何ページありますか？Please read. So, 7ページ。
ページ。
Actually, yeah, 7ページ。ページを、読んでください。
読んでください。
明日までお金を返してください。
明日までお金を返してください。返しては、明日まで、OK。大きな車を借りるのは高いです。借りるのは高いです。Alright.
早く宿題をやってください。
早く宿題をfinish?
早く宿題をやってください。
やって。So, I guess let's see, やる and becomes て。So, やる is what they're doing there.
貸して貸して
やる
ください。
How do I interpret Okina? There's another way to say big. It has like a nuance of like situational use when you do Okina. I think the use was is Oki is used for like concrete things, so literal things, and then figurative things tend to be with a na. I think that's what I'm sticking with for the time being. But generally speaking, I don't know there's more to it. That one was a car, so well, I don't know what Duolingo is trying to tell me about Okina, because Okina, a car is big. Like, car tends to be literally big, but it could be the perception of like the conceptual idea of big. Like, oh hey, a big car. What is a big car? Like, so if I say Okina kuruma, a conceptually big car, as opposed to Oki, like, oh, this car is literally big, as in like, wow, that is literally a big car. Or Okina kuruma, like a car that is expensive, that's considered big, if you know what I mean. So like, what is an expensive big car? Well, conceptually, we need to know what is a big car to begin with. So something that's reasonably big is expensive. That's kind of how I'm going about it at the moment.
紙を10枚買ってください。
紙を10枚買ってください。I don't know if that's how it goes about it. At the moment, functionally, I don't distinguish when and where to use okina versus oki.
テニスをやるのは大変です。
I think I default to oki most of the time. テニスを
やるのは大変です。
テニスをやるのは大変です。You play sports on the weekend. 今週末 Oh no. 週末にスポーツをYou play やりますか？
いつもそばにいる。
いつもそばいる。What the heck?
いつも
そば
にいる。いつもそばにいる。
I'm always beside you? Is that what that's trying to say? Yeah, I'll always be with you? Oh, that's kind of cute. いつもそばにいる。It in this unit there was 愛してる as well, like I love you. So I'll always be with you. That's kind of cute way to say it. Always near or beside. There I am, like, or exist, and then the implicit nature is you're talking to a person. So I'll always be with you. That's kind of cute.
宿題をやるのは嫌です。
That's the first time I saw that. 宿題をやるのは嫌です。
明日は何をするの？
We're getting a little fancy now. I kind of like it. I can't wait till next unit. This is the end. This is the last day of this unit. We're getting a little fancy again.
明日は何をするの？
明日 Why is this?
明日
We got double 明日。
明日は何をするの？
明日は何をするの？
するの。
The question, no, right? 明日は何をするの？ What are you doing tomorrow? I'm not reading a book. I am not reading a book. I tell ya. So 読んでいません。ね？読んでいない？読んでいない。That works too. As casual form. 読んでいない。そう。本を読んでいない。
誰かお風呂を使ってる？
誰がお風呂使ってる？誰が使ってる？ Why are you watching this? It's kind of interesting that they're using the do part as a question. So far, all of them are questions. So maybe there's something to that. I might go do a little bit more homework on that. Okay.
なぜ
なぜ映画no, なぜ this なぜこれこれを見てるの？
見てるの？
彼は祖父によく似ている。彼
は祖父ね。
彼は祖父によく似ている。
祖父。祖父に祖父によく
よく
よく似ている？
彼は祖父によく似ている。
似ている。Yeah, 似ている。Resemble your grandfather. I am not eating.
私
は食べいません？ or 食べていない？食べていません？ Okay. 食べていません。Okay.
バスはまだ来ていません。
バスはまだ来ていません。Oops. I forgot my object. Hello there, Rincon. Yarson, hello. Please do not play tennis here.
ここ
ここでテニスを I guess we're gonna use probably yaru here. So yaru no no. Just yara. So yaraないでください。
やら
ないで
ください。
ちゃんとやってください。
Where am I from? You're new here? Well, welcome. Hello. Welcome, new person. I am from the United States. ちゃんとやってください。Interesting. Right. Please do this properly. ちゃんとやって。Or actually, please do it properly. No, kore. Okay. Alright. Let's do our summary unit.
明日は何をするの？
I read that 小さな and 大きな is used to describe abstract things or stuff. For example, little giant. Yeah. Okay. Or abstract in the sense of it itself is abstract as well, right? However, you can still, like I mentioned that already in Duolingo, a car is not necessarily abstract. However, if I were to interpret like okina kuruma, right? Okina kuruma, it could be talking about the abstract of what is an expensive thing. So the phrase that Duolingo used was okina kuruma o, like kuruma o lend or borrow, right? Kuruma kariru no wa takai desu. It can talk about the concept of a large car being expensive, like abstractly the concept of a car being expensive. I think when you say big car, the concept big, it depends on person. I think that's why they use. That's what I said earlier. XD. I'm not sure if you were here. I said all of this like the last 10 minutes before. Like I already said all this, so I'm not sure if you walked away from your computer or not, but I already said everything you described the last 10 minutes. Colombia, well, welcome Colombia. I'm from the East Coast, the United States. No, remember that my PC lags. I see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're on the same page. Oh, you thought I was learning Spanish? Oh no, no Spanish here. Not yet anyways. Spanish is not until February 2025. So you'll probably catch me doing Spanish lessons in 2025 sometime. Spanish or vanish, right? So not for another 3 months before we start Spanish. Super Bowl Spanish Sunday. Yeah. Soon for Spanish. Spanish is actually my second learned language, so we will get to Spanish soon. It's kind of funny because not practically 20 minutes ago, someone from Brazil talked about learning Spanish so they can go to med school in Argentina. That's a thing. Asked a little bit about the stuff, but the person didn't really talk to me in a way, so it was kind of Vale amigo te y llegas a aprender español. Oh, okay. Debe que eres una persona muy inteligente. Gracias. Not really, you know, it's pretty loose right now. It's been a very long time since I spoke Spanish, so we'll probably go back and have to review like 3 years of Spanish. But thank you, I appreciate it. It's gonna be a while before I am comfortable again to speak Spanish. Central American Spanish. I learned Central American Spanish. I'm not sure if Spanish is there's a lot of separation in Spanish in South America. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the good lucks. I'll try my best. Right. What? Haré la mejor que pueda. Right? Pueda. Haré? Sorry. Or is it haré? Haré lo mejor que pueda. Debe sus recaps. Que duela la cabeza. All right. Interesting. Interesting. The fancy pueda. I mean, that's what I remember saying before. I'll try my best. Haven't properly touched Spanish in almost 2 decades. Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. I'm like 10 years out. I almost 15 years out. How long has it been since I properly touched Spanish? Kind of weird that we're talking about touching Spanish. 17 years. It's been 17 years. It's been 17 years since I've still retained some of the phrases that I typically use. You didn't since high school and we're close in age? Oh yeah, I got a few more years in college, so like the next 2 years right after college, I still had Spanish. So we're only like short by 2. I am on Twitch as well, Garrison. I'm talking to someone on Twitch. Yeah.
明日は何をするの
You don't happen to be interested in Japanese, would you? There's quite a lot of people who they either are interested in like the big 2 or the big 3, like the Spanish, French, and whatnot, and then occasionally it would dabble like, oh yeah, but then we must go east. So it could be like Arabic, Hindi, or then you get into like Japanese. Not so much Mandarin. Mandarin is like an oddball, but I personally enjoy Mandarin quite a lot, and Hideyoshi does. The other person I'm talking to at the moment. So yeah.
明日は何をするの
明日は何
は何
何をするの
するの明日は何をするの
するのノート見ないでください。
教科書の10ページを開いてください。
教科書。Actually, XD, how's your Japanese coming along, XD? I think it's been a month, right? I hope everything's okay with like whatever you're going on in the background, XD. Like your life is going well. Like you didn't suddenly have a change that prevented you from doing whatever you're doing now. How's the Japanese coming along? Did you decide to also pick up another language at the same time? I like catching up with people after a long period of time because it leaves opportunity for interesting things to share. Turkish is neat and it's a gateway to stuff like Mongolian. Oh, I don't even know what... wait, I heard a bit of Mongolian, but in the weirdest place. Hideyoshi, I heard Mongolian because of Mongolian throat singing that got a little viral. So I heard quite a lot of Mongolian throat singing, which that doesn't help. I don't think that's very representative of what Mongolian sounds like. But occasionally they're not like singing through their throats, so you can kind of hear some of the Mongolian. But and then sometimes it's like they're doing the technique, but it's not using Mongolian. You know, it's using a different language, but using the technique, the singing technique. Only thing is the vocabulary is a huge patchwork, so you get words from stuff like both Arabic and Sanskrit. I can see that, considering where like Turkey is situated, right?
教科書の10ページを開いてください。
教科書の10ページ。10ページ。Did he say 10?
教科書の10ページを開いてください。
He did say, so this is a counter. 10ページ is modifying this. Interesting. Or the euphonic changes. 10ページをopen. So 開いてください。You finished the level 13 of Wanikani in your life? All good? Oh, okay. It's good to hear. I know that I'm not like in the center of the world, but generally speaking, when I see people come and go for an extended time, I'm always like interested in hopefully everything's going great, and then, you know, some people come back and say, hey, guess what happened? I got this and this, and they were excited to share. So I like hearing good news. Like occasionally I would hear from Victor over on Twitch. Victor would come by and he would be like, oh yeah, you know, I got a promotion or something, or Sub-Zero pops in and say like, yeah, I just got a job offer and whatnot. That's kind of how life is, you know. Which by the way, XD, I got some exciting news, sort of related to Wanikani. I think it is okay to stream Wanikani. And hear me out here. So it's a fairly good timing. I so heard that there's often a winter sale on the one-time purchase. So there's a very high chance that because I like Japanese quite a lot, and I do want to be someone who has experience, hands-on experience with a product that I've heard quite a lot of great things about, I think I'm going to do the one-time purchase on the winter sale to support Wanikani. And we're going to do Wanikani streams as well. So stay tuned for that. Maybe. We'll see. It's not until Christmas, so we'll wait till Christmas happens and see if they repeat. As far as I remember, in 2023, it was a very resounding success, and 2022 was a success, so they brought it back in 2023. Let's fingers crossed if they buy it back in 2022. I prefer to buy a lifetime support because I like to upfront invest in products that I believe are wonderful. And I think there is enough anecdotal evidence for me to believe that Wanikani is a fantastic project and a fantastic thing. I mean, it's been around since 2011. Solid product, right? And the winter sale price is equivalent to like 2 years, right? 2 years, and I'm okay with that. I'm probably going to end up using this product. The reason why I'm buying a one-time purchase is because time is hard to schedule, so I prefer to buy forever licenses if they offer. Just thought I throw it out there. I think there are a few people who are curious of what I think of Wanikani, or what I would do with Wanikani at this point, which is kind of, I thought that's enough for me to be interested. You've been learning English on Duolingo for 2 years. Your native language is Spanish. Oh, and you've only interest in English. By the way, I can understand Portuguese because it's really similar to Spanish. It's kind of funny you mentioned that, because that other person that... Are you sure you're not the same person? The other person literally said the opposite. They're learning Spanish, and they're relying on, because they explained to me, you know, how Portuguese is very similar to Spanish, which I agree, because I also noticed that Portuguese is very similar to Spanish when I was learning Spanish. They literally said the opposite. They said like, oh yeah, you know, I'm learning Spanish for a very long time on Duolingo, and it wasn't enough. So they now are doing Babbel and Duolingo for Spanish at the same time. And they said like, because they know Portuguese, Spanish is very similar, so maybe they just need a lot more material since they're relying a lot on the similarities. It's funny that way. I'm learning Chinese and Japanese at the same time. And a lot of the things I learn in Japanese is mixing with my Chinese very favorably, and then the vice versa. So it's kind of the relationship between Chinese and Japanese might not exactly be the same as Portuguese and Spanish, but it's a very close thing. Side of things. The price depends if you're not gonna rush Wanikani or not. No, you don't understand, XD. There's no price variance, XD. I don't know if you caught me. I'm buying the one-time life subscription, is what I spent the lifetime. It doesn't depend on time. The price is always going to be a singular price. So if it's 2 years, right? It's 2 years. So you would buy 2-year 2x, right? And I know what you mean by, like, if you bought month at a time. If you bought month at a time, it's more expensive. Yeah. But we're talking about the singular lifetime thing. So the price wouldn't change regardless of how fast I go. Yep. Do I want to become a... Oh, is that how they say it? Polyglotta. Oh, interesting. Yeah, a polyglot? No. I am already using these languages. So, I'm learning them because I already use them to some extent. As in, like, I want to speak and read them, but I've been listening to these languages for a very long time now. Since I was old enough to form English sentences, I have heard and interacted with Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. Actually, maybe not even Spanish. Spanish came a little bit later. Yeah, because I grew up in, my family is Chinese. So we grew up around multiple languages. So it's very comfortable learning different languages. I don't think it's different for me. Learning by myself is a different experience. Juggling different languages is not a different experience. And I like translating a lot, or interpreting. My parents do not speak English very well. I do it all the time. That's why I have a nice Chinese accent. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I haven't talked to a lot of people. Some people said that I do have a Southern Chinese accent, so that's interesting. Not my English, but when I'm trying to speak Mandarin, at the moment. I actually am not. I'm learning Mandarin right now, so not that great. Still working on it. Turkish is a lot of conjugation and grammar facing work. Has variable vowels where they're dependent on the last vowel of the root. Interesting. Okay. And if you like to make conjugation tables, you have a super bad time. I can see that, considering what you described. Being a Spanish learner, I find that Portuguese is kind of similar, but there's a lot of that you don't know, Cozy. Yeah. I feel for me, it's enough to pick up like the common things, but not sufficient. But obviously my Spanish is at most. The last time I used Spanish, it was at most only high school level Spanish. I wouldn't even say I'm B2 anymore. Like it was supposed to be like C1. We were around C1 before we stopped. I was reading excerpts from Don Quixote before I stopped using Spanish. Or stopped learning Spanish. Is carrot parote or something? Senora. That really wouldn't. So A O U other one has one pattern because they're back vowels. Okay, that's probably a little bit more than I'm able to keep track of regarding Turkish. Do you also change the voice when you speak another language? I do not. So, at first I thought you do. XD. At first I thought you do. I don't know. Oh no, you weren't here before. Back in the first 2 weeks of Japanese, right? The first 2 weeks of Japanese, I'm pretty sure I remember talking about this, where I watched like a lot of clips about people saying like their voice changes when their when they acquire their second language, right? And I thought about it as like, oh yeah, maybe that's what's going to happen, right? I talked about it as like, ooh, I wonder what my Japanese voice is going to sound like and whatnot. And then after like 150 or 200 days, I realized that it's very different when you have already spoken more than one language most of your life. So nowadays, I don't discern the differences. Like I might sound different to other people. I don't know. I don't notice these things anymore. So, like, oh, I was just about to start speaking Fujianese. Like if I said like my my tone is still about the same as using 古句話 to 講大因為佢我媽咪爸爸講話我那晒英文一樣 the way I sound in English. So my tone and my voice and tenor and stuff stays the same. So even if I suddenly start talking to my parents, right? Why mommy or papa who you knowing? So sai who you knowing my why 聲音一樣等於你冇講變 knowing 變兩樣聲音咯。So when I'm talking in English, my tone is still the same. It stays consistent between the Fujianese and the English. So you still can know it's me speaking Fujianese. I don't like randomly start sounding like, "Hai, wakarimashita." Like I'm not doing even that. I could say like, "Yes, I understand." It still sounds like me. Like I'm still speaking in the tone that I want to convey. So I don't know. It didn't happen to me. I'm pretty confident when I'm hearing back myself. It just sounds like me. There's no shift in like a voice. Have I been to China? I have not been to China. Yarson, I like to believe sometime in my lifetime I will visit China if it's possible. And I would like to visit it with my family. My mother is the only one that goes back to China every once in a while. You have a Telegram group or Discord, WhatsApp? I have a Discord. It's under the profile link. So in the channel link, there's a Discord link somewhere. Yeah, feel free to hang out. Hello there. Turnut? Turnut? Wait. Oh, wait. Why does that avatar look so familiar? What up? Sorry, I'm intrigued by your avatar. Your profile pic. Oh, interesting. It's a crest. Huh. That's a neat crest. Okay. Oh, I thought it was like a flag thing. Like I was looking at it. Very neat. Yeah, let's see. Even hearing a Portuguese native, I get one or two words. I agree, actually. Whenever, honestly, even hearing a Spanish, sometimes I'm like, whoosh. So, I don't know. I don't know how comfortable your Spanish is, Cozy. But sometimes I'm like, I zoned out for a second. I'm like, I don't know. What did you say in the last one? I mean, it happens in Japanese and Chinese all the time, but. Cough, VTubers and trying to do manga anime voices. Yeah, the over exaggeration. Yeah. I don't think my voice ever shifts. XD. And I don't think that's because other people's voice don't shift. I think other people's voice do shift. Maybe it's because I already speak more than one language that it's not pronounced. So I'm like very lackadaisical with my Japanese, right? A lot of people would say like, oh, you just sound like an American who happens to be a Chinese person who's speaking Japanese with a tone that sounds like American Chinese. And I think I've come to normalize that a lot. I think my English sounds like my Mandarin, or not my Mandarin, but my Fujianese. So whenever I'm speaking Fujianese, sometimes when you're hearing me talk, it's not like I can't just say wow, and suddenly I would go back and it would still sound like, well, you can probably figure it out if I said call a grocery store meno, and then you probably already think that, oh wait, you can fill in the words. He probably said something about buying something at the grocery store. So that's kind of the way you go about it, right? And my parents and I speak this way to each other. So they would say something like, oh, yeah, you need drugs. or something. They would do the opposite, where the English word will come out, the English word can come up every momentarily while they're talking in the same exact tone, so you don't break the cadence. Like when you're talking, it's not like suddenly you sound like a different human being in the middle of your sentence. You keep the tonality going and moving forward. Which is why I emphasize that my English is intentionally tonal. I do not go back and forth in certain places because tones are very important to me. Yeah. Do you sound different? XD, have you ever recorded yourself and say if you sounded different? I'm actually kind of curious. How many people, like, over time, someone asked me, did I notice a difference in my Japanese? I think earlier that Brazilian person asked me, and my thought was, well, I didn't know any Japanese before I started, so the answer is yes. However, it might also lean to the idea that, do I sound different? I don't know. I'm kind of curious if someone would if someone made a comment about it, like, do I sound different? I genuinely don't think I sound that much different. I make all these sounds already. Now they're arranged in a different way, right? To, do, is sounds that I've made in my life. If you deconstruct the sounds, I'm not creating new sounds. I'm rearranging the sounds differently now, right? And I'm avoiding saying other sounds like there's no so I have to avoid saying and like avoid doing stress. So that itself doesn't mean that I'm producing new sounds. I don't think it's been a very long time. I think the closest thing, a sound that in Japanese that I don't produce very often, is probably tsu, right? It's probably this. Tsu is a sound that is slightly alien, but not enough. Not enough. You can practice your Chinese with your mom's family. Yeah. Yeah, even in the Spanish I sound different at the phone than in person. Oh, that's here. Oh, here's a word that's still fitting for Nomaji. Oh no. Wait, are you talking about? Oh no, here we go. 取らないでください。
彼は明日お金を返すと言いました。
Yutsu. Oh my gosh. Yutsu. I don't even know where, like, the Yutsu. So Yutsu. Yeah, Yutsu. That's kind of funny. Oh, I guess it would be like this if they try to condense it a little. Wow, that's a complicated kanji. That's saucy. What does it mean? Oh, melancholy. Oh, you said melancholy. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Can I just say, instead of saying melancholy, just say like totemo, totemo sad. It's not the same, obviously, but totemo kanashi. Big sad, yes. It's just big sad instead of saying yutsu. That's funny.
彼は明日お金を返すと言いました。
I was gonna say maybe like sadness that is long. So like this would be nonsensical, but I would describe it as, kanashi. Kanashi demo nagai. like sad, but you know, long sad, like, you know, there's a long sad, like melancholy. That's how I like descriptively say, oh no, not just sad, but like a long sad, a very longish sad. Or maybe like if I knew the word for like atmosphere or something, like atmo, sad atmo. That's probably what I'd go with if I forget. The T in t is a little difficult for beginners. Yeah. T T is at the end of a lot of specific English words, so you can try to find T in some English words and then use that. But I'm not sure about like do we have any archetypical words? I feel like Hideyoshi is fairly good at finding words this way. Hideyoshi is very peculiar when it comes to these things. There's nothing off the top of my head for so it's kind of funny. I'm thinking of tsunami, but it's it's not it's not pronounced that. What threw me for a loop is there's no two. Oh yeah, true. There is. Oh, you're right. There's no two. There's no. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. Oh, because it's oh yeah, because it's replaced by tsu. Okay, yeah, the column. I'm like, where would tsu go in the thing? So there's no do, it's zu. Yeah. Would I like to be an English teacher? I am not certified to teach language. Probably not. Not the greatest English teacher. Not the greatest English teacher, fortunately. There are very, very fantastic. Well, it goes without saying there are quite a lot of English resources. If I were teaching English, I wouldn't know where to begin. My English is very particular, so probably terrible. It's kind of what I call this? I'm part of the native fallacy. So basically, my English is very specific. So I'm not sure if it will cater to your needs in a sense. You need a C1 to teach a language in the US? I have no idea. Actually, what is the minimum requirement to teach English in the United States? I don't think so. You can be a teacher of pretty much. That's a very good question. Requirement of English teaching. Oh, you need a university degree. Interesting. Or oh no, you don't really, actually. Or a typical requirement is a bachelor's degree in English. A typical requirement. I'm not sure if that's necessary. So college, that's C2. If the average person, if this is accurate, right? Which I don't think it's accurate. If the average teacher in English holds a university degree, then it's C2, not C1. I would say C1 is high school. You teach high school Chinese, but don't exactly have the face for it. The face. You probably need to get a degree or something. Yeah, and also it varies by the grade you want to teach. Yeah, it does. I was looking, mind you, I have no idea. I basically plugged it into Google, and they gave me like a statistical distribution, and I just believe it. So if you need a if you need a college degree, it's usually C2. College degree, by the end of college degree, one is expected to have some sort of college graduate level of English. That might not be true for like all disciplines. In science, I would say writing comprehension and speech requires a certain level of understanding before it can be a rate limiting step if you do not command English writing and literacy at a specific level, which is kind of the way I speak most of the time here when I'm thinking of analytical thoughts. Half Ukrainian, half random parts of Europe face. Oh, I see here. It's nice that you're teaching high school Chinese though. I bet that's a blast. I mean, I like seeing it, but that might be just a master in C2 to teach elementary. You know how difficult it is to find a person to exchange languages or a person to practice with? Any recommendation? I heard that people in what was the app? There's a very popular app that people like, but usually Discord works. Joining Discord, there's like Discord communities. It's a hit or miss, but there are a lot of Discord communities a lot of times that are language forward. And then there was a popular language exchange thing. There's also paid services, but I'm guessing you're not looking for paid services. Paid services would be something like italki kind of thing, but that's not necessarily language exchange. This is more like teaching. I know you like using the word depends. Unfortunately, depends does not provide a constructive way of answering a question. So oftentimes we try to gather up as many types of suggestions. I think Discord is a really relatively inexpensive thing. So if you go to a thread group, there might be lots of Discord servers. So Bushu Tambien might have to, like your apps, if you're using any apps, by the way. If you're using any apps except Duolingo, unfortunately Duolingo doesn't have quite the thing. But Bushu is like a competing app. They have forums for Discord things. For example, I can't think of Spanish things, so it's terrible, I know. Like even Wanikani, the Japanese app, has forums that have like Discord community. Maybe even a streamer you might like. Unfortunately, I'm not a streamer that has anyone, so yeah. English, it's an interesting thing. How's your English right now? Like, how are you liking English, Garrison? Like, how do you enjoy your English? Yeah, how are you interacting with English? 80 to 90% of your Mandarin courses in college were native Cantonese speakers. That's interesting. And that kind of makes sense too. That would be Cantonese speakers. Intriguing. Do you live in a place that's densely populated by Cantonese speakers? Maybe like Taiwan or Hong Kong or something? Huh.
彼は明日お金を返すと言いました。
彼はね、彼は明日彼は明日とね。彼は明日お金をreturn. 回数。そう、回数ねの回数ね。
彼は明日お金を返すと言いました。
いや、返すと。
返す。
返すと。
言
いました。
ました。
In podcast. Yeah, usa un. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Use a vocabulary extension for podcast. Yeah. That would be a good one. Yeah. There are very powerful extensions now. Like browser extensions for the live translation of English from especially from Spanish is really, really effective. Like it's very efficient. It was a school with a large Asian population. Proportion. Some of the teaching assistants have strong Shanghai accent and were nigh unintelligible English. Okay, hear me out, Hideyoshi. And it took me a while, but when I was in like working in science still, right? If I go to like an international conference, boy howdy, when I hear a Chinese speaker, it takes a bit to adjust. And maybe after like, I'm gonna say 3 or 4 years of like being around someone else and stuff, you kind of get used to the Chinese English accent that you hear like that I hear quite a lot. It is tough. And what doesn't help is I'm already struggling to understand the seminar, because the seminar is in a discipline that is very nuanced, so it's already tough making out the words, but it's also incredibly tough to know when they're talking about like, you know, pluripotency or something. Like what the heck does pluripotency sound like with the Chinese English accent? Like when they say pluripotent, what do you think that sounds like? I'm still not clear to this day what they're saying when they say things like pluripotent. Yeah. You watch solo vloggers on YouTube, people who travel around the world. I like a lot that kind of videos. That sounds great. There's no shortage of people who speak English traveling around the world. That's why I can understand a lot when a person is speaking. Well, you have no fear. No fear. You're already listening to English as it is. And you're listening and participating in English with your interest, right? With your interest. I think your English will be great. Now, if you ever find a time to want to speak it, it's probably, yeah, how to speak, a lack of practice, yeah. So, my speech tends to, I don't talk to a lot of people, and I don't know a lot of people around that talks, but I talk to myself. Like, I know how that sounds. That sounds a little cringe, but maybe like talking to a LLM, right? LLMs are great with English, right? Since they're largely designed with English in mind. You can speak, if you have a mic, you can speak into an LLM, and LLMs can respond back, right? Respond back, so you can like talk into a mic, interact with the LLM to get English practice, because it doesn't look like you need any comprehension practice. It's not like you need to listen to me anymore to gather stuff. So talking to an LLM is always fine, like ChatGPT. If you want to get used to, you know, using your voice and stuff. And I think the LLMs for English is, it's not like, it's a no contest. English is probably the most sampled for LLMs. So if you ever want to go chat with like something and finding a reason to talk or use your voice, What is a large language model? Large language model. I like using the word I like using this phrase because I don't want to get it confused with AI. AI is to me, AI is a little deceptive to say it's AI, but large language models, yeah. Pick up and this is free, by the way. ChatGPT is free. Which, by the way, Duolingo actually does incorporate ChatGPT, but it costs money. So if you're not a person who has money, if you do like Max, right? Max, I'm pretty sure the English course in Duolingo has a ChatGPT LLM already. I saw the Spanish demo, right? I saw the Spanish demo. I think the English already has one. So you don't necessarily have to do that. You can pull up ChatGPT and find your favorite mic and speak into it. See how ChatGPT interprets your words. I saw someone who was learning English, and they were a Japanese speaker. And what they do is they would have a side panel, and they would have Google Translate open. And whenever they need to respond to someone, and practice their English or their Japanese, they would have the Google Translate capture their mic and then see if they can produce so they would know what it is in their native language, and they would say it in English, and then out pops and see if it matches up with what you want to say in Spanish or Portuguese or whatever your native language is. And that's already good enough. However, if you go to ChatGPT, it can interact with you. So it can respond back and challenge you and stuff. While Google Translate's like one-to-one. So lots of wonderful technology if you don't like talking to people. Oh yeah, does Duo add the podcast level on the computer interface? I don't think so. I don't think it exists yet. XD. But I don't know. It's the podcast thing is for English and Spanish. So I have no idea. We would need to ask someone who's using the desktop version. Right now, even the Chinese doesn't even have the mic thing. So there aren't any mic inputs for courses that already have mic input. So Chinese should have mic input exercises. They do not exist at the moment. The Japanese select people on Android, I think, has mic input for Japanese. In desktop, there are no mic inputs for Chinese and Japanese. So that would suggest that it could be that the Spanish and English on the desktop might not have that type of thing. Like the more bigger functions. I do love those functions on the phone. I did try some of those functions on the phone. It's quite nice. Not that you really need to, as long as you're practicing, right? But when it comes to speaking, sometimes I go blank. Yeah, it's understandable. Let's see. That northern Chinese where the tongue is always touching the roof of the Hideyoshi, I didn't, when you're describing it, I know what you're talking about. I didn't really visualize it like that, like the sound they make. I haven't ever visualized it as a shape, like your tongue touching the mouth. Now after learning, working on this for a while, it's kind of funny that I know what you mean now about the tongue touching the roof of the mouth. I'm like making that shape in my... You ever see the funny translation of if you spam A or other vowels in other languages? No, I haven't. I should try sometime. Yeah. 一定 I can't do it. I obviously can't do it. We'll get to that soon enough. Soon enough. やめて Yamete kudasai. Literally stop. On Google Translate, let me try. Hang on. Alright, so in English, right? I'm typing in English. What does Spanish do? Translate to Filipino. Sorry. That didn't do anything. How many A's are you supposed to plug in? Oh, you don't know? Oh, okay. I'll experiment. In the future, we're gonna experiment with translation technology. So it'll be we'll experience it together to some extent.
カレンダー、
calendar.
野球、
야큐.
箱、
Hako. We gotta complete our lesson here. So we're gonna do it, and then we're gonna move to Chinese. Much yap today.
石鹸、
Seken.
行く、
Iku.
会社をまだ辞めないでください。
Oh, you don't know if Google fixed it. Oh, I see. Intriguing. 会社をまだやめないでください. Sorry. When XT asked if my voice changed, I feel like one day, maybe like 3 years down the line, if I get all right enough, I'm just gonna come on the stream one day and I'm just gonna sound like a epic anime voice for like 5 minutes straight and see if it's funny or not. Like suddenly, like, what do you mean? I always sound like this, you know, in Japanese, because I don't know how to say that in Japanese at the moment. 我天呐，我天儿给你，我天天给你一点儿 something 天儿 That's a lot of yeah, that's interesting. So every day I give you a little something more. Every day I give you a little something more. It would be great, the comparison day 1 and final day of Japanese. Yeah, but listen, XD, the final day of Japanese is when I die. So maybe in another 20 years. I'm kidding. I'll probably do like I'm gonna do a final day wrap of the course. That's not gonna be for another year. There's another year left in the Duolingo course. So we'll do like a few more wraps, a few more summaries. Like 100-day wrap is coming up soon. And then at the end of the course, I am gonna do one for Chinese soon. It's coming up. There's only less than 1 month left in the Chinese course. So we'll try to do like a fun improv thing or something like that to compare it. Crap is gun. Oh, not gay. Oh, okay. Gun ni. Oh, okay. Every day I chat with him a little bit. Oh, that's chat. Oh, that's Liao. Oh man, I do have that. Liao. I do have Liao. It's I'm struggling with Liao, the chat. Oh, I see. It came up on a unit and I had trouble remembering how to say chat. But yeah, now that I think about it, oh, because my mnemonic was, it reminds me of a fake tamago. So Liao is a fake tamago. Is how I try to remember it. Yeah, that is Liao. it did give me 2 chats, but this specific one, it's this character is how I remembered it. Because I know that that's my mnemonic. And I would only be able to come up with it because of Tamago. Anyways, 会社をまだ let's see. Please やめないで.
グラム歌う石鹸
雑誌
豚肉
ちゃんとやってください。
ちゃんとやってください. I'm surprised people haven't gotten on my case with all these Spanish speakers out there. Like, I'm surprised people haven't gotten on my case and laughing and giggling about butaniku. Yeah. I really appreciate it, by the way. I'm surprised Cozy haven't been like, you know. I'm like, yeah, I know. You guys know exactly what I mean. There are enough people here that know Spanish to know what I mean. When I said pork just now, I said it every time, like, well, let's see if it ever happens. And I really respect that, just so you know. If it didn't come across your mind already, hopefully I didn't ruin anything. I try to be very articulate, except a little bit exceptionally articulate when I say butaniku. Right, just very, very articulate.
着物
kimono.
泳ぐ
泳ぐ
借りる
借りる
ベルト
ブラウス
It's hard to take notes.
難しい。
難しい No? Wait, no.
難
Just
し
kidding.
い。
It is hard to take notes. Okay. ノート
ノート。
ノートを取るのは難しいです。
取る
取るのは
難しいです。コンビニの前に並ばないでください。
コンビニの前に並ばないでください。It's so long. Toru is take as grab or write. Take. To take. Although I feel like you can probably use it as an implicit right. Like what I mean is Toru has an of completion as well, or to pass something, or like to obtain something, to receive, to earn, or like an adoption of a status and whatnot. So there could be a chance that it could be arranged in a way like, oh yeah, it like a suru situation. But Toru is incredibly flexible. Like there's so much that Toru can do. Not to be confused with Toru for taking a photo. But yeah, Toru is there was one that they used and I'm not sure yet. To do it properly, yeah, to do it properly, they're using totte. Or not, sorry, was it? No. Was that the example? Take notes. It sounds more that write than grab. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. To take notes is to imply writing, right? You're writing notes, right? And then it's kind of difficult to know without enough context, I suppose. But is supposed to suggest taking, as in like the literal taking of notes, but then yeah, I totally understand what you mean. Also, noto and noto is contextual dependent too. Like noto can be interpreted as a book, like a notebook. You could say take a notebook, as opposed to notes, which is also noto. Although I feel like if you added notohon, maybe you could clarify that it's a notebook in case you're really confused and being harsh, but that's kind of like, yeah. Or maybe they are really saying taking notes is difficult. Yeah, like stealing, taking someone's note is difficult. That would be kind of funny. Do you have any writing utensil? Oh, and this one is interesting too. A writing utensil. This is an interpretation too. Utensil is a very specific word in English, and it has a lot of nuances. However, in this case, I think it's very appropriate. Although I don't know how often utensil is used in the reverse. Like, if a Japanese person was learning English, would they be familiar with the word utensils right away? Utensils have a more of a necessity type of, in my opinion, a more of a necessity meaning to it. Like an eating utensil and a writing. I usually use the word writing implement to soften it, but you in order to write something, you kind of need these utensils. So they're referring to like pen and pencil, pen and pencil and whatnot. You'll know what I mean because they use mono here. They use kakumono, so stuff to write. Kakumono.
Nani wa
right. Nani wa kakumono. Kakumono. Oh wait. Yeah, kakumono aru ka?
aru
wait.
ka
Nani ka aru. Sorry. Nani ka wa kakumono aru. Yeah. So I thought that was neat. I think this was neat. It's a like a extra layer for English. Actually, it's a like extra layer for English. So, do you have any writing stuff? Is a little bit more generic, but typically when you're thinking about writing, you are thinking about utensils or implements, something that isn't just random stuff. There isn't random writing stuff per se. Like, people don't usually think of random stuff to write with. They think of very specific stuff. So the word utensils is actually something in the back of my head all the time. Oh, did I mess? Oh, I put the wa. I was supposed to put the wa back here. Whoops, my bad. This one introduced a word that's one-time use. I haven't seen it in any other context so far. So,
彼
彼は祖父
祖父
祖父に似てよく似て似ている
よく
似ている
いる
resemble or looks like.
何
何書くもの
書くもの
何書くもの書くものはあるか
はあるか
I wonder, no.
か
I was kind of curious if you can get away with that, but you can't. It's probably because you kind of need a
か
qualifier here. Yeah.
書く
Kakumomo.
ものは
What?
ある
Worth a try. Did I buy Super Duo? No, I didn't. This is using a classroom setting to get the health so I can experiment. All right. So we're way over time. Way over time. So we're not going to complete these sections. We have yapped quite a lot. So level 6, yeah. We finished unit 69. Yes. What is next one? Ooh, discuss health. I do like discussing health. Wait, how many units is this? 6. Okay. So it's a wrap for Chinese. I mean, Chinese, for Japanese today, right? We had a great discussion. I don't know Sub-Zero. I'm gonna have to talk to Sub-Zero because he kind of just fell off the face of the. Maybe he got tired or but we got into a really intense discussion, and I was being very intense and directed because I was really invested in. I like talking about interviews a lot, or learning, talking about how to troubleshoot and problem solve, and I think we were really at odds with each other when it comes to what is important in an interview. But I think ultimately it's philosophical difference. Like we had philosophical differences, maybe even ethical and moral dilemmas. I'm kind of curious. We'll see. Generally speaking, after a while, at some point, whether the person comes back or not, typically it deals with the intensity of discussion, right? Speaking in my opinion, at a very heightened level of investment tends to be quite exhausting. So one has to determine when they feel like pulling out, right? Like, yeah, this is too much for me. Like, too much friction, that kind of thing. That goes without saying. That is why there are certain people who are not around anymore, largely due to the nature of not being not thinking it's right. So with that said, we talked about interviews like a lot today, how to express like being a critical thinker versus portraying and demonstrating critical thinking and using potential negative events as ways to elevate your game, like and then how to portray that without sounding like you're uncooperative, right? There is a lot of political tact to using English to give a person the impression that you're being considerate, as opposed to picking a you can pick a side without necessarily neglecting the consideration that you're considering other sides, like prefacing things like in an ideal situation, for example. Like you can use that, like in an ideal situation I would gravitate towards the most likely course of action to increase success rates, however, while remaining open to the idea that it can be modified by other people's input, right? That is leaving open for discussion. It's not the same, in my opinion, as saying I would do this and that's it. If you would do this and it sounds very positive, that's great. That's still a very acceptable response. Is it a complete response? Personally, I don't think response. Acknowledging the pros and cons of, at minimum, a pro and con shows awareness of your suggestion. Like acknowledging a bit of limitations. Like, oh, hey, if you use Duolingo, here are the things that it can do off the top of my head, and here are the things that it can't do. So if you find that you require the things that it can't do, I would suggest other things that may complement this, right? Alternatively, if you find that most of the things in the do category exist, then that would be a great supporting evidence to try to give Duolingo a shot, right? That kind of thing. as opposed to saying, oh, Duolingo does these things and that's good. And then that's it. Like the response ends there, as in, oh, I'll do the thing that sounds most encouraging, most positive. That's an incomplete response to me. That's a response that demonstrates to me, I'm not sure if this person is trying to sell me Duolingo or sell me that they're a good employee or potential prospective employee or someone who has been through the thick of things and have negotiated and made tough decisions. I think that's kind of where me and the other person kind of weren't on the same page. The idea that if you agree with everything, your response tend to be encompassing all the alternatives. Like, do I suggest learning with Duolingo? Yes. Do I suggest learning with Japanese with Wanikani? Yes. Actually, I suggest both. And then that big word, right? The big D word. It depends. It's like, I hope that depends comes from your perspective. So if I list the things that Duolingo can or cannot do, and if I list the things that Wanikani can or cannot do, is there more in the yes column or more in the no column? Instead of presuming what that person knows, right? I think one of the things that came about was the idea that the response was one-sided. It was not. I was critiquing the example of the response, right? And what happened was, oftentimes when people present an argument or an example, I like to point out what it doesn't include. And that's kind of when we spiraled into this and that, this or that versus this and that. This and all of these things are a possibility. It's your birthday today. Well, happy birthday. Omedetou. Omedetou. I don't remember. 恭喜 恭喜生日祝你恭 yikes. I don't remember how to say. I don't remember how to say. Let me try this. What is it? What is it? I'm thinking of, yeah, 恭喜, yeah. 恭喜. 恭喜生日快乐. 恭喜生日快乐. Congratulations, happy birthday. Yeah, congratulations. May I ask, what is the milestone today on your birthday? Are you, how many years young are you, user? How many years young are you? Okay. And with that, we had a lot of discussions about like Spanish, Portuguese today. And I'm going to be taking a break right now. We're ending our Japanese session, so hold on to that thought. Yeah, that's a wrap for Japanese, for all the Japanese enthusiasts out there, or maybe like language learners in general. Think of things. Mata ne. Ja ne, minasan. Right? Yeah, take care, XD. Good night. Yeah, sleep well, XD. I'll catch you on the flip side. Right? And I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get up. I really need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get some glucose and whatnot. And then I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第66天。Welcome back, folks. This is day 166. Man, I'm telling you, I keep telling myself I'm like developing a strain on the side of my vocal cords, and keep saying take it easy, right? Take it easy, and here we are again. Midnight local Eastern Standard Time. Okay, we're gonna try to be a little reserved. Again, happy birthday to username. All right. So this is new vocab day, so this will be another 3 to 4 hours. Maybe I'll try to read it along. Hopefully this is not this is a conservative unit. And then get some sleep, right? Trying to recover a little bit. Not that I'm complaining, obviously, because I couldn't resist. Too many wonderful conversations. Met a lot of new people. Probably the most new people I've met in a short distance. And this time, actually, the new people were all many of the new peeps are from the YouTube side of things. Although I feel like I was having a one-sided commentary discussion with those people earlier. Great to see that a lot of people are learning Spanish. I can't wait to start Spanish. About 3 months from now, we're gonna be hitting up that Spanish. I am slowly thinking that Cozy might end up finding me insufferable in the future when we learn Spanish. We will see. Bound to happen, but you know, strive at a time. Certainly love to throw in my all. Okay. Before we start, let's review section 3, unit 1. You'll never do that? We can be a little saucy with each other, Cody. A little friction makes it, you know, a little spicy now and then. We've gotten a little spicy. That sounded really weird. One day we'll be like sipping Joe virtually at the same time. It's like, oh yeah, it's almost that time. Let's go pull up some libation, you know, throw back a bit of Jameson, right? Or maybe Captain Morgan, Cozy. As you guys, what was his name? Charms. Yeah. Charms. You and Charms hitting up the Irish spat. Really like it. I've gathered quite a lot of idiosyncrasies on how I guess different Irish people interact with each other. That's why I say I never do that, Kappa. I'm just used time. I have thought about getting like a kettle, like a heated kettle, so I can prepare maybe like some honey tea or something, so I can address my declining like voice health and declining. I can definitely feel it. I enjoy people watching, so I most definitely enjoy your chats. It's even more enjoyable when it's someone you're used to. Yeah, two Dubliners at it. You don't it's not very often that you get a direct third wheel. Like I know third wheeling has like a stigma to it. However, it's kind of like watching National Geographic. I'm kidding. You know that meme where like you have someone narrating while you and Charms go at it. I'd be like narrating, it's like, well, it's an interesting day today. We have Cozy on the one. You don't get Dubliners on here often? Oh, really? I see. I figured the city peeps would be more often than outside. Outside of Dublin. A tale. So here's an interesting tale. The crossroads between two Dubliners on opposite sides of the river. One, both sharing a mutual understanding, mutual enthusiasm for the Spanish language. I can't do a BBC thing, so I can't sound like a British narrator. Something I have no I have no backup like impersonation for documentaries. One day, once I collect more information, you know. Narrate for you. We'll narrate in the future. I think we'll be narrating in like Spanish and stuff. I have often considered myself as someone who could see myself narrating for things like reading books and stuff. I have often enjoyed having that monotone and then suddenly throw in like a yeah, and then go back to the monotone thing. That very brooding seriousness. Oh, on a dark but cold winter day, he looks out. He wonders, what did he have for breakfast yesterday? Avocado toast? Or perhaps a bowl of scrumptious cinnamon toast crunch? Nonetheless, he thought maybe it's a good day to go for a run. It is an overcast day, barely sufficient, but good enough. and then throw in a yeah, and he just goes out the door and whoosh, and then you add a little few like flares so to keep the listener on toe, and then you go back to your like composed stuff, you know. Enter like add like really off-putting impersonations of your characters, and then go back to your standard narration voice or something like that. I think this type of thing really came from reading a lot of video games, right? Back in the day when video games aren't expected to have voice lines and voice actors, you read a lot of narration. Holy heck, a lot of narration. One day, soon. I haven't played Disco Elysium yet. Someone asked about Disco Elysium. Oh, Charms did. Charms talked about Disco Elysium. Charms said like, you seem like a very open-minded person. Would you like Disco Elysium? And I'm like, yeah, I do really like Disco Elysium. I haven't played it myself yet, but we're gonna narrate. Darn, you made me burst out laughing and everyone's sleeping. You know, you got to break your character every once in a while, deliberately though. You know, the impact of a narrator is fantastic when you catch them off guard, like the listener. You break character, but not in the sense of breaking your narration character. I think of Stephen Fry a lot. The British, I guess, comedian. He also read the Harry Potter books. I listened to Stephen Fry's Harry Potter books, the audiobook. I didn't actually read the Harry Potter books, but I heard all the Harry Potter books from Stephen Fry's performance and something Cook. There was another guy, the American version, and I was comparing and contrasting how they read books. Honestly, if you are great at narration, one could be a great teacher, because if you're able to narrate and people want to hear you speak and read, it can be very useful skill, right? It allows you to understand how you can captivate people by reading anything. So one of the things, a skill a teacher may want, or someone who cares, right, who wants to help someone, you got to be captivating. So great narration skills and whatnot, people who like to hear you narrate, well, it's better than not wanting to listen to someone who's boring explain what is healthy for you in a to do in a fitness program or something, right? And you gotta be captivating and interesting. I think that goes a long way. It kind of alleviates some of the things, like how do you make optics not boring? How do you make learning your multiplications not boring? Not to say that you need a good voice. Having an excellent voice or speaking voice or something like that goes a long way to offsetting trying to keep like children or other people engaged, and then like making people feel comfortable, right? When you're in a really bad place, when someone's in a really bad place, be it adult or children, you got that practice of being able to captivate them with reading anything with your voice, like how to comfort someone and sound comforting while delivering bad news, right? That's bedside manners that you might not have all the time to like to practice when you're like saving lives and whatnot. But there is quite a lot of extra you can boost and elevate delivering bad news or calming someone down by telling them what they want to hear, but at the same time it's calming as opposed to being angry. And then you can excite someone, right? You can try to excite someone when they don't want to be excited because they don't want to hear those words. So you can say different words while still sounding exciting. And it's very important. The voice is incredibly important. Or it's an extra tool, I suppose. It's part of the whole picture. You have the Cursed Child playbook. I've had many people say I have a soothing voice. Yeah. And then you gotta add like the excited voice, and then the Kapow Skippity Riz Ohio Phantom Tax voice. I'm kidding. I don't know what that is. Maybe if I shout bruh a couple of times, we might actually get there. Not yet. I'm working on it. Banned. You don't know, I might be working on it secretly. I kid you not, one time I had my phone up and I sat in the bathroom looking at the mirror trying to do a British accent. You're Skippy. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, let's really get into this now. Alright. 我们开始. Let's see. I don't know what the topic is. I know the first word. Maybe the first word will help me with the topic. Yeah. Wang. Maybe like talking about a coworker or something, or like talking at work. You know what's funny? The first phrase that I wrote here is "don't forget." The iron, the timing is fantastic. For anyone who's interested in Chinese, the first thing that I remembered is the phrase "don't forget." Okay, 别忘相信 one. Trust me, bro. It really is. 相信我 means believe me, trust me, bro. I don't know how to say bro in... I don't know what the bro equivalence is in Chinese. 相信我. 相信我 is to believe me. Oh. As I write it incomplete. Oh my gosh. Where's my pen a little bit like a couple pixels higher?重要 Oops. Off to a great start.重要的会议议是什么？哪个议？Oh. Oof. That a little closer. 会议 Can I teach you my native language? Oh no. Arai is pretty good. Arai. It kind of sounds like arai. So arai means okay. It also means it's fine. It's like daijoubu. Arai. So that's one. Arai. As in, if you're acknowledging anything, if you want to shut someone up, or like if you're just like nodding yes, arai. Yeah, it's bien. Yep, bien. Yep. Arai. Daijoubu desu. Arai. And if you really want to say, like in Chinese, in my opinion, has a habit of doubling to emphasize. So I don't think oh, it might be so actually. I think the closest is so for Japanese. So like if you say so, it's not yes, yeah, that's right, got it. So like so, and you just keep repeating so over and over again. Or you can say so. Arai. Just keep going. Arai. You just nod. If you ever visit a Fujianese household and you want to be like agreeable, you just like nod and say arai. And then, you know, and then suddenly you'll have like 6 plates of food in front of you and you better eat it all. Yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you? If you only know how to say arai in a Fujianese household and you just keep saying it, eventually you're just gonna have like 6 or 7 plates of food. And then whenever you say no, you don't know how to say it, and you just say arai, they're just gonna give you more food. That's probably a trap, you know. Bao了. No, like bao了. Bao, like bao, sorta. Bao了. Bao le, it's kind of close to bao le, but bao le means I'm full. Bao le. Which I think it's pretty close to Mandarin. It's probably that too. Bao as in like the closest thing is like buns in Chinese. Bao le. Moi bao le. Ngoi is me. I. Ngoi. Moi bao le. I'm full. Is it arai? I think it's this. Like arai. I don't actually know how to use pinyin. I'm using Nomaji actually. This is Nomaji. Nomaji is how I'm writing it. Arai. Arai. How do you write in pinyin? I guess it's still arai. Arai. So arai. No. Oh, it's a tone that, oh no. It's like it's a tone that I don't think exists in Mandarin. Arai. 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 Yeah, it's like this. Probably. Oh, and no R's. It's probably going to be written as an L. Arai. Yeah, so you're going like you're going up. And then lai. Like, so you're going up and then down, which doesn't exist in Mandarin. Mandarin doesn't have this tone. Arai. Arai. Which is close to Japanese. It's closer to Japanese, which is like I would say and you can probably stay the same and then go up a little slightly and then it just descends down. I don't know. I'm making stuff up now. But arai. Does it not have R? I don't know. My parents, whenever they see R, they would use L, so I figure I just change it to an L. I haven't ever heard my parents say an R sound. And I don't remember if I ever pronounced an R sound. I'm saying arai. Arai is not adai, like ada, like ara, like arai. I'm not saying arai, so it's more like arai. But it's kind of like in between, so arai, which is closer to the Japanese R. So you could write it as arai for the Japanese R, and then for whatever reason, I guess, L is the replacement for the Japanese R. I think the Japanese R and L is why I feel like I didn't have a problem with da, like da-do, da-do-di, de, do, right? Because it's really close to the la. Yeah, you say arai all the time. Arai, arai, arai. Like, if I forget to mute my mic and my father's like handing me something, it's like, okay, arai, arai, arai. Arai, arai, arai. Like, basically it's reassuring, like, no, I got it, that's right, got it, check. I'll do it later. 我一定拿走. arai, arai. Aspirated as P, T, and K? Yeah? Oh, what's a good example of an aspirated K? Ekingnu? Yeah, king. Yeah, ekingnu. Ekingnu, it's, I think king gets replaced with ting. Or, oh no, it replaces things like 可以, right? Like 可以, ekingnu. Can you? 可以你becomes ekingnu. So king is the aspirated K. If that's what you're talking about. Like king, which I do a little bit here. Instead it's 可, like 可, like it's a little bit rounder, and then qing would be the other thing that gets replaced. So there's a lot of key like it's like a qi but qi, and that I don't hear in Mandarin. So a lot of times I could end up saying king instead of qing, and ke king, like king. It's not like ing, but it's a little mixed sometimes. I don't know about the T. I don't have a good T example. An aspirated T. Tian say tian 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 guo ne tian. No, I think that's still the same. Is high tone lower than Mandarin's? High tone? Oh, you mean like one? I'm not sure what high tone is. Like you're talking about like the peak tone is lower than Mandarin's high tone? Yeah, I probably think so. Like for example, if I were to say this in Fujonese, yeah, I think it's lower. It's definitely lower. At least for me, every time I have to say like tian, I say tian. Like tian, tian. Like it's usually like I almost feel like to get the sound like tian xiang, tian xiang, tian tian how did I say xiang? Tian di or tian gang. Tian gang, yeah, tian gang. Like I'm saying sky up instead because I don't know what xiang is related to. I always think that Mandarin is louder than Fujonese. Like every time I go to speak Mandarin, it's a little bit more strainy. Like I'm actually, the volume doesn't actually change very much. It feels like I'm like, it's a lot more head voice. Like my sound is closer to my head than it is to my chest. So every time I'm saying things like 下发 instead of what is 下发 sofa? I think my parents just say sofa now. Sofa. Like 下发 sofa. So it's yeah, all the high tones, especially the ones, all the ones get lower substantially. What's a good one that's double standard? 生病 生病 oh, I don't even know how to say sick at the moment. 病 I need examples that I actually know very regularly without saying the full sentence. Okay, like 开车 right? 开车 开车 you're saying 洒车 or 塞车 塞车 is instead of 开车 right? It's kind of like it's still higher, and lots of things are constantly just higher in general. It's not any more higher in volume, but the pitch is constantly higher. Mandarin high, you almost have to sing it. Yeah, it's pretty much you're like holding the pitch, like you're like it's a different feel, I would say. I don't think whenever I'm speaking Fujonese, I don't think I've ever hit the singing pitch. Like you're not holding singing pitches too much. If anything that has a high pitch, they tend to be lower, and it's probably even shorter. I would say it even gets shortened. a lot of times. More given to it. More emphasis. More emphasize given to it. All right. Like for example, 我不知道 like anytime you're going like 到 right 到 like 4 you start lower 白到白白 is still starting up, it's still up here 白 so 白 although it's kind of like this, it's another tone. I think this is another tone that exists that Mandarin doesn't use, I think. Pretty sure it's this one, where like you start high and you deliberately come up a little bit. So 白. So instead of 到 just straight up 到, it's 白 白. So 白 like I don't know what the diagrams they use, but it's there's a lot more like little deliberate noises, like little movements in it. How about a double high? Ugh. Oh, what's a double high? A Fujonese that has a double high. 你那里两个体内体人 no 体内体人 eating that's kind of close, eating, so eating I don't know what eating is like. Maybe like eating is probably the closest. Eating. So eating instead of I mean that's kind of close. E is a pretty close one. I think they're pretty much the same pitch. Like what am I saying? Eating. Oh, yi xiang, right? Yi xiang. Yi xiang is doctor. Yi xiang. Yi xiang eating. Actually, I almost feel like it's 1-1, and Yi xiang is not. It's 1 neutral. So I think E is probably the closest high pitch that I could get. E. Like for example, bing, bing, bing chilling, right? Bing chilling, bing, bing, right? Bing, like bing yuan, bing yuan, bing yuan, bing yuan, and bing xiang. Bing yuan, yeah, bing yuan, bing yuan and bing xiang. They're kind of close. So I wouldn't say it's too much lower. Bing, bing, and bing, bing, bing. I would say notoriously I'm definitely a lot lower, even though they're the same. Bing chilling, bing chilling, bing yuan. I don't want to sound too different, and I have a feeling. So here's my take, right? Here's a little bit of a disclaimer. There's a chance that I'm saying it like a Fujonese person. So what I mean is, if I'm saying bing chilling, it might not sound like I'm high enough, because what's her name? There was another person who was really adamant about Chinese and stuff, said that my pitch 1 is too low, and that's probably because I'm resorting to my old like Fujonese things. Like bing yuan is not bing xiang, right? Bing xiang versus bing yuan. Bing yuan is same thing. It's the refrigerator. So I have comments about that all the time. That my tone 1 is too low. Like it gets too low. If I may be clear, your Z's are a problem? Yeah, no, I know. I don't know if you saw me doing my Z's. Like this unit, lots of Z's. Like what was the worst one so far? Dang. Zang, as in like this Zang. Dong. Dong. This one. And then we have Tang. Dong. Dong. Dong as in this one. Northern Chinese does a z. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. So this one is a problem. So we are having ZHs and Z problems. And I absolutely know that because you don't do this sound. These are new sounds, by the way. These are new sounds. So earlier I was talking about I haven't produced any new sounds in Japanese. It's a G. Oh, it's a promoted J. Oh, so Jiang. So am I supposed to say this as Jiang? Not like one of the reads. Like, so this is supposed to be a Jiang. Does that sound alright? If you're saying like I treat it as a J? Yeah. I'm saying Jiang intentionally. You said the... Oh, wait. What? No. You're saying it's a promoted J. No. Okay. I don't know what you mean by promoted. So are you saying not to say it as this? Or are you saying to say it as this? When you said ZH is a promoted J, are you telling me to say it that way? That's why I say that it's a J. Like, I know I'm saying it as Jiang because I'm saying it as Jiang, not Dang. It's closer to Jiang. It's closer to Jiang than Dang. Okay. I wouldn't be able to produce it too much. It would take time. J and ZH are the same except for the tongue placement. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I can see that. Yep. Yeah. That takes a while. I don't think that's gonna come into play. Or the other one is probably C's and CH's. Those are the two at the moment. So we have J's are fine. But when I see a ZH or a Z and then a C and a CH, these are the ones that I've already noted a couple of times. So we're working on it with some practice and whatnot. Yeah, those are definitely. So you're no worries about being critical. It's pretty obvious to me as well. Soon. Well, not soon. Maybe 2 or 3 years time. How do I say, what is the closest thing to Z in Fujianese? Juk, maybe. Don't make the same E sound as yi, qi, yi. Yeah, I know. That's the I flex though. That's the I flex sound. Yeah, 这是 I know. And 机器是 气 are different from 是 and 是 but you're saying that so one hears oh wait you're telling me you're hearing 江 instead of 江 I'm not saying 江 I'm saying 江 yeah but I didn't say I was saying 江 as in zang there. It was closer to zang than iang because young is not what I'm trying to say or what I thought I said. I'm saying jiang, not jiang. I'm not even sure if the mic can capture that actually, honestly. Well, I get what you mean though. I get what you mean. I would think so too. If I heard someone say 这 instead of ji, like 江 versus 江. It's kind of weird that you're separating it like this. It's hard for me to imagine it's separated like that. So I kind of get what you mean. But I was thinking about it like this way, right? Which you probably thought too. Because of initials and finals. I didn't realize that 是 or we're just gonna pick the neutral tone. 是 and 是 and 是 are equivalent, but now that I think about it, yeah, I guess that is the pair up. Okay, I'll keep those things in mind as I go. But I want to say one thing. I'm imitating right now for those. So whatever I hear is whatever I'm imitating. So for now, I haven't really focused on finding the differentiating, but more like imitating. And then when I have enough imitation down, I can start to resolve them. Like Juan, right? Juan, I can't like Juan and Huang, right? Juan and Huang. Without enough practice in this, I eventually start to notice how to differentiate these two, but they're not that great. Like for example, yeah. So these things, I'm getting a little bit better. Like I'm getting a bit more tuned in on these two, and I get that too. So I am having a lot of time and extra time paying attention to it. Yeah. I was gonna say Chong, right? Chong and Chong. Chong being right, Chong and Chuan. this being a boat, right? And then this being a bed. And I think they're both tone 2. It's not helped by Fujianese. No, the NG is not helped by, no. Yeah. I don't mind it. I think they know if I said, like, it's difficult, like, so I got, right, Chong and Chong. Not helpful, but we'll see where it takes us in the future. Your U sounds a bit frontal. Oh, like you want it like further back, like Chong. Chong and Chong. Like if I keep it in the back, like Chong, like Duang. Yuan. Yeah. I'm closing up too much. Yeah. I agree. It does happen as well. I close up. Every once in a while after I say like these things enough, I start to close up and then it gets too forward. I agree. That has happened too. I think there were a couple of times when I told myself like is new, yeah, new, and chu to chu, yeah, chu to chu, like new, and like in new, for fish, for in Fujianese, new is how I get this new, and it's a common sound in Fujianese. So when I'm trying to get like the ooh, I need to be further back. Like chu is a good one. Or like shu, not the shu. Shu, like shu, like a book, right? Shu. Sometimes it can end up being like she, because G is I don't know how to pronounce. I don't know how to write G. G is book in Fujianese. So G, so you close up, you don't open up. So shu is a lot more in the back, and then G is forward, and then it uses this. So what is G? Maybe like this. There's a lot more of this in Fujianese if I had to do a pinyin. Many of the u's, many of the yu, like yu become yu. So you get yu more than yu. So like yi, right? Yi versus new, which I feel like it's more like new this way. Or it could be represented in a different way, but new. So new and you, new. And I guess the tone is new. Yeah, probably like this. This is so interesting. I need to learn more Mandarin though. I think Mandarin is helping me command a lot more resolution in how to describe Fujianese. Also, one of the front vowels in Turkish. Oh, interesting. The ni is one of the frontal vowels in, yeah. Does any other? I really like it. I prefer the ni, and that's how the nga comes about in the sorry. And whenever I hear the accent, I don't know which accent it is. Maybe it's an old accent in Japanese. Whenever they pronounce the G's as ngas, I like it. I like this sound. It's a very homely sound. Like I don't know. That's a good example. Nikinyaka, right? Nikinyaka. Instead of Nikiyaka, right? Nikinyaka. You get the nya. And then if it gets close to an u right after, it produces like the new sound. And the respective backs are I, E, O, U. You really like Turkish, man. Huh. I should listen to some Turkish. I should listen to Turkish, see what it sounds like. I have no ear training. Like I when you say Turkish, I have no idea what that sounds like. Like I don't even have an idea or an impersonation of what Turkish sounds like right now in my head. I'll go and I'll do some Turkish listening this evening. Interesting. So like the direct object is, whoa, holy notations. Oh, I see it. Okay. All right. Let's refocus. Don't want to get up to like 4 a.m. Okay. 重要的会议问题。Interesting. Oh, I see. The one from E to interesting. Oh, so that's how they modify. All right. We have enough enrichment. 问题解决是解No. Oh, 解决 Why am I drawing a blank? The other one's usually not that one. All right. Oh, we'll leave a box. It'll come back later. Banfa. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Maybe not. Xiao 小姐 小姐 先生 先生同事 ，whoops， 同事，经理，经理，经理，no， 不是 this， 不是 this 里，不是这个里，这个里，OK。I see. Mm. 你自己，你这，对，你自己，你自己，你自己，对，对，很好，很好，离开。Wobble wobble. That's a lot of wobbling. Let's stop wobbling. Yeah, wobble wobble. 突然，突然，不是什么，oops， 突然，突然，突然 ，nice，this one did not fit well. We struggled to make something coherent. Granted, I yapped too much. Yay. Yay. Oh. Hey, yo. 最有钱 Imagine being the richest. Doma. Oops. Let go. It's fine. Doma. What are your thoughts on the they introduced like Doma Guia. I'm probably trailing off instead of the way they marked it. They marked it as a tone 1, but like Doma Guia, which I do add a little bit at the end. Kind of like yo and no for like Japanese, like no being like the feminine voice and yo being more the masculine. I do this in Fujonese too, like adding an extra vowel at the end of my sentences, like wa baido. You don't have to do the do, you can just do wa bai, right? But you can add like vowels in the end for certain emphasis, and this was one of their examples, which is kind of funny. Not quite the person, but interesting enough. Something they added. Oh, I know. Jie. It's a fake kwai. Just kidding. Okay. I always read that in my head as a butt? A bot? Which one? The Doma, or now you can't see. Wait, which one is the butt? Oh. Yeah, no, I can't see it anymore. I can't unsee it. Yeah, that's yeah. That's a bot, all right. Yeah, now I can't unsee it. You're right. You're right. Duo Chang. Duo Chang. Duo Chang. Yo Ming. Duo Yo Ming. Doing the wrong tone the first time when I say that. Yo Ming. Alright, let's rattle off locations. Got a bunch, which I'm still working on here. Changjiang. 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 Huanhe. Huanhe. A bot. Xi'an. 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 Gugong. Gugong. Gong. 长城 about. Oh, I forgot this yesterday. 世界 wait. No. Is it? Let's brainstorm a little bit here. No. It's the house on a platform. House on stilts. It's the cabin on stilts. Yeah. 世界 Okay. And then 熊 right? 熊猫 熊猫 yes. Oh, that's kind of sloppy. Let's try that again. Dong 动物 All right, that's section 3 unit 1, and then we had section 2 unit 46 last time. We're gonna do this, and hopefully we get to the lesson in the next 2 hours. Okay. What was this? Not clothing, not decision making. Environment. And I decide to choose 图书馆 tool. Sorry. 图书馆 环境 wait. Yeah. No. That's not it. It's okay. 外面 Oh man, every time I write this, I forgot a predicate. Oh no, just kidding. In the Japanese course, there's so many things going through my head when I'm writing a character. I'm like, did I write this in Japanese? I'm like reviewing Japanese while I'm doing this. Why me? Oops. Fine. 天象太阳星星 Wait. Oh, it makes sense now, Hideyoshi. You know, I know you said you were teaching Chinese a couple times already, right? But it just dawned on me that this might be the first time you told me what level of Chinese you were teaching. And it makes sense how you're like making everything from the perspective of course. Wait. Oh, you're not? Wait, I'm confused. So you're not. Oh. I said you wanted to teach. Oh. But didn't you mention something about high school? Didn't you mention something about high school? Did I make a false impression when you said... Oh. Wait. No. I made a lot of comments about high school today. I might have misinterpreted. Oh, you wanted to see if you could because you're not Asian. Oh, that's what you meant by the face thing. Oh, I was thinking like, oh, so you do teach Chinese. And then you were making the face comment, right? The face comment. That's when I remembered. Oh, okay. My bad. What is stopping you from teaching Chinese? You seem to have the... You seem to... Nothing keeps you down. What I mean is, no, I'm literally your only student. Well, I feel rather privileged. Like, you're not... you don't give me the impression of someone who lets down a challenge. Like, what I mean is, you're very vigorous, whether someone is receptive or not, which makes for a very characteristic teacher if you ever wanted to consider teaching. I don't know, probably need all crazy certifications. Oh my gosh, I lost my English from certifications in this state. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, earlier someone was talking about becoming an English teacher, and I'm like, I don't even know what you need to be an English teacher, but I would be very remiss if I was qualified. That might be an imposter syndrome thing, but I'd probably say you probably still need to be certified in some way. And just walk in and say, hey, I want to be an English teacher. I don't know. I'm so out of my element when it comes to qualification for teaching language. You think to sub, you don't need a college degree. Okay. Yeah. What I mean by that is you're still here and you're still chatting and you still talk about things, which strikes to me as someone that is, very suited for teaching. I think teaching becomes weak for individuals who retreat very often when they're more like productive leadership positions or whatnot. But teaching requires like behavior that is very characteristic of people who consistently engage in the thing regardless of the outcomes. Do you have a Chinese... and then you mentioned the Chinese population, right? Wait, I'm misunderstanding you. So you're the comment about having a large Cantonese population, Cantonese speaking population, is that not from was like teaching Chinese? Were you a sub at one point or something? I totally miscontextualized when you were describing like the language. Your college had a high proportion of Cantonese. Oh, okay. Your college. Oh, I see. Oh, and that makes sense because you did mention about your college experience with Chinese. Okay, I see. That makes that checks out. I mean, like I would believe. I think you would make a great teacher. Just how consistent you are, in my opinion. It's hard to. It's an invaluable type of personality. I would say. You find people doing teaching and stuff out of convenience a lot of times, like convenience of skill, like overlapping skills, and they're often very prone to result forward type of mindset as opposed to an engagement type of mindset. Like somehow you're engaged, right, in the language, in a lot of languages, maybe a little way too more overwhelming. You're way more overwhelming to me, the amount of exchange, like outside other languages that you're interested in. Let's see. Where are we going? Tao. 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 We're not putting the Xiao Mao in the trash can. Xiao Mao 不是垃圾。我不在垃圾里。The inside joke here is to practice Xiao Mao, they decide to put the kitten in the trash can as an example. I'm like, what the heck? Why would you? They put a kitten in the trash can. That's how they introduced it, and I'm like, what? Why would you do that? And it stays with me. I'm like, okay, we're gonna put the kitten on the grass, you know. 垃圾. Hello there, SD. Japanese said Shido. I'm guessing that's Shidomo tachi. Oh, it's Ko? Oh, okay, Kodomo. Oh, Kodomo tachi. Oh, okay. So that's Ko. Okay. For children. Oh, Kodomo tachi. Oh, yeah, like more than one children, like us, the children, the referring to the group. Yeah, Kodomo plus tachi. Yeah. What were you gonna say about it? I did see it though. I passed the unit that introduced the Kodomo tachi. Domo Domo is a plural in itself for someone lower than you. Oh, okay. I see. So Domo tachi is a double plural. Ah. Greetings, Maku, prehistoric dinosaur. How's the Chinese going? It's going pretty well. We're behind. We're like 2 or 3 hours behind, so we're getting there. We had way too much fun with, at least I had fun with dialogue and stuff. Got way involved in some deep discussions. Not that is abnormal. How are you doing? Maji. I'm not calling you trash. I'm writing trash. 垃圾. It's unintentional. It's a timing situation. 垃圾桶. And then 水桶.丢. Oh, wait. 丢了. 方便. You can't complain? Fair enough, fair enough. Tell me something that stuck out about you for your current day. Did you go out for a walk? Did you see the sun? Did you touch grass? I know those are a lot of things. One at a time. Let's see. 兴趣. Oh, 江音 is a good one. I don't know, Cozy. Cozy asked me if there was a double high. 乡音 is a good one. 乡音 is literally 乡音. 乡音. 乡 yeah. 乡音 is both. It's almost right on top of each other. It's so right on top of each other that every time I say it, I had to double take because usually Mandarin has a big separation from Fujianese, but 乡音 is quite literally the same. It's so difficult to discern that it may be different. For volume, or sound volume, 乡音, which is in this unit. That's why it reminded me. Of course not. I sat on my computer watching YouTube all day. Oh, really? What did you watch? SD. What kind of YouTube did you watch? Did anything stick out? Did you learn something? Did you a TLDR? Give me a TLDR. Some interesting TLDR. That you think is interesting. Not that you don't have to worry about if it's interesting to me. I'll probably find it very. Anjing. If you spent all day, you gotta have went down a rabbit hole or something. Some sort of rabbit hole. Hunting. Bohua. 乡音. You watch a lot of lifestyle content for Spanish practice, which was pretty enjoyable. That's amazing. What did you learn about the lifestyle content? It's also a way for you to live vicariously through people with lives more interesting than yours. That's nonsense. You can make your life interesting if you want it. You sound so defeatist. Turn those tears into aspiration. Have you ever wanted to write something about what you do in your life? Those lifestyle content people might have started that way, right? I think the first place to find interest in one's lifestyle is number 1. right? I think maybe those lifestyle content could inspire, like, what are they doing? Like, if they make ironing clothing interesting, I'm sure you got some stuff, SD, something down the pipeline. I mean, this isn't particularly interesting, I would imagine. I'm gonna tell you now, if someone told me that watching paint dry is super interesting and they demonstrate it to me, I would probably also make it exciting too. You know, watching paint dry could be interesting. Could be interesting. I actually did watch a time lapse of paint drying. For the record, it's not like I made up it's not a joke. I actually watched paint dry a few times. I was interested in like how it looked on a macro. Okay. Don't tell anyone though. 雾太大，雾太大。You disturb young. 影响。 Here's one. I watched an anime. I'll let you know if you're familiar with it or not. I'm not sure if you watch anime. I watched an anime where I watched the same episode 6 times in a row because it was part of the show. Was it 6 times? I think it was 8 times in a row because it was part of the show. And I watched all 8 times, vividly trying to figure out if there was something different about it. And actually, most of the time it wasn't. You used to? Not so much of it? Was it Pop Team Epic? No. It was a very popular, influential anime though at the time. I did watch that episode. I combed through it. I might have actually was even more attentive than anything during that. Pretty sure it might not be 8 episodes. That's too much. It's like 4 episodes. They were trying to get a point through. So they aired the same episode 4 times, but they're listed as separate episodes. There might have been some slight variations I noticed, but largely it's the same. Have you watched paint be poured on counters for marble tops, etc.? Yeah, you mean the ones where, are the ones that I think about when you think about pouring paint? I like the ones where they use like the pendulum swings. And then, you know, like they pop a hole in it and then you just watch it constantly drizzle onto whatever top they have. There's also those like pouring mixing ones onto a countertop. There's like a lot of variances of like natural paint pouring and interactions with surfaces. And I quite like them. I like observing them because I'm not going to do them. Like, I'm not going to go to the store and buy, you know, buckets of paint and making pouring paint on things interesting. It does give me a lot of ideas for how to paint though. Like painting on a digital side of things, like intentionally painting digital things. So it's quite nice. Quite nice. See, this is the type of discussion that I'm going to strong arm SD to sharing. You spent all day watching YouTube and you want to spend all day watching YouTube. Make the best of it. Little by little. Make your life interesting, right? No pressure, obviously. You're not comfortable with that. But watching YouTube all day, there's so much inspiration there for you to make your life interesting. Or make it interesting to you. I personally think anyone who isn't me is pretty interesting because they're probably doing something I'm not doing. So you can probably tell me anything. You can probably tell me a lot of things I probably don't know. it's interesting, for lack of a better word, it's interesting what people think is interesting to me. But usually it's not the things that they know, like the knowledge they know, but the things they do. So like, I'm interested right now why you spent the whole day watching YouTube. So now I'm genuinely piqued by how one could spend the whole day watching YouTube. It's got to be something really engaging, right? It's got to be something engaging. Yeah, and you think the same way? I'm from a pretty small town, not much to do here, and I don't really have any friends. Oh, that's fair enough. Wow. I'm from a, I'm in a development. SD, I don't know. Have we established that if you're American or not? Well, a development in the Americas, it's like the Americana development where you like have cul-de-sacs and everyone stays in their house, and like if like a noise disturbance happens, everyone knows in the neighborhood because it's like incredibly quiet. Like all the houses are pretty much the same. Oh, you're from New York? Oh yeah, that's right. Suburbs. Yeah, I'm in the suburbs, like in a really remote suburbs. So pretty much if you walk outside and you sneeze, they're probably everyone I've heard of their home. Sometimes you might hear kids like yelling and stuff, and it like echoes through the place. So yeah, I can understand that. And then if you don't have friends in the neighborhood, which doesn't happen very often anymore, it can feel like a very quiet, peaceful place. So the internet is it's goated in that case. I can understand. Yeah, very relatable. I quite like it. Oh, now that I'm getting older, obviously. I spent like a third plus of my life in the city, in a major city. So, I do quite love the city too. And then back and forth. I mean, if one was really privileged, one would be able to like go back and forth when they please, have a place in the city and have a place in the suburbs. But well, I'm not that deep pocketed. So actually, I don't even own a house to my name at the moment, or like a permanent location to my name. So don't really have that luxury. I really did enjoy the city. I like walking around in the city during the daytime. Maybe not so much in the nighttime. Have you ever spent a time in your life in the city? SD? Yeah, have you ever like spent an extensive time maybe like in New York City or something? 影响影响猪啊连珠灵珠灵珠他人他人 Okay, now we have low. Oh, I don't know if Hideyoshi is still here, but low, is low a Cantonese word for the same meaning? Yes, man, every time I say low, I think of Cantonese. It sounds so Cantonese. Tong sounds like okay, floor, but low, like man. Yeah, young. Yeah. Hi. Okay, I feel like I remind myself yesterday that I did forget something. Did I forget something? I don't think so. Nope, but you've been closer, but never really in the city. Okay, so I imagine you take like day trips into the city. It's kind of nice being right on the outside of the city, and then having the flexibility of going into the city. I don't live close enough to like a major city anymore. My family, my immediate family, does not live close enough to a major city. We're doing like the plaza thing. You go to a commerce area, an area with outlets and commerce, but not necessarily where you have people eating actively and interacting actively inside. I used to go on walks around like the city block or something, like a weirdo. Yeah, when you were closer, you did go sometimes, but now it takes me about an hour plus. Yeah, that's me too. An hour plus, close to the next major city. So no city for you. Yeah, it's about an hour drive to the next closest big city. Like that type of city, you know, the metropolitan city where you walk around, take trains, and everywhere you look, it's a densely populated field of light shows and whatnot. Not that an hour is too far away. I know how this sounds. Lots of people make comments before. It's like, yeah, oh yeah, like for you, like a 2-hour drive is like nothing. It's like, I guess, but man, going solo to visit the city and you have to drive yourself, it's kind of feels a little lonely. I don't have friends, like I was gonna say I don't have friends. I have friends, but they have very busy lifestyles, at least in my opinion, or maybe that's the excuse I'm making. But we don't usually say like, yeah, you want to go, you want to go to New York City this weekend? We are not the biggest, or at least I feel like I can speak for the group. Not the biggest on having to drive. All right, new unit. Let's talk about hobbies some more. Ooh, we have a box. Okay. Okay. 周末我经常一个人骑 that looks like 骑这像自行车 Wait a minute.
周末我经常一个人骑自行车。
自行车 Interesting. 自行车
周末我经常一个人骑自行车。
Okay, 经常 Okay. I was double checking the tone. 一个人 Okay, I often go cycling alone on weekends. That makes sense. All those characters are familiar. And this makes sense. I knew this was bicycle because of Japanese. It's kind of interesting how they went about it. Which is more or less same type of meaning as a 自転車。我不太喜欢 What is that? That looks weird. 我不太喜欢 something 像 That's probably 像 Yeah, probably.
我不太喜欢爬山。
爬山。
我不太喜欢爬山。
Oh, that's Pa. It looks so weird. There was a Inktober prompt that dealt with hiking. And I don't know if I went with Paxiang. I might have went with Paxiang, but this is probably not the character that I went with. Maybe. Paxiang? Okay. 我爱看功 that's probably 功夫电影 this is new character but it's kung fu so 功 probably 功夫
我爱看功夫电影。
yeah 功夫well actually
我爱看功夫电影。
功 not quite sure the tone. It's definitely not 2, so it kind of sounds like 4 neutral. 功夫电影 we'll see. Let's see. 他很喜欢做锻炼 No 不是锻炼 That's not 锻炼 I'll have to be reminded. 1 No wait we'll get it again. And then 他很喜欢做 something especially don't know that one. And then 别是I don't know, maybe it's Han or something. 别是游泳
他很喜欢做运动，特别是游泳。
运动 Dang it 运动 I'm thinking of 锻炼 as in exercise as well, but not 运动 or like sports 锻炼 like sports exercise kind of thing. But 运动
他很喜欢做运动，特别是游泳。
特别 Oh my gosh 特别是游泳 Okay fair enough 特别他的爸爸经常卖 No that's not 卖经常I don't know. I'm not even sure if I have that word, have that character. I feel like I've seen it a couple times though. And then history is
他的爸爸经常读历史书。
读历史书历史 Nekishi doesn't work. It doesn't help. Nekishi doesn't help. Although the character she is still there. Nekishi. Oh, maybe this is a simplified character for Nekishi. Nekishi has like 2 trees underneath. And then this. As opposed to So 历史 right?
他的爸爸经常读历史书。
历史 And then 读 Oh, we did have 读 Man, why did I say so 读
或者
为什么用读还是 还是看 Okay, I don't know that character. Okay. 还是 alright. You've seen 还是 when offering someone two options, like in 你像吃鱼还是吃肉鱼还是鱼I said 鱼还是吃肉 when you're stating two possibilities like I will go dancing or watch a movie, okay, gerunds. Like wait. But when you're stating two possibilities as opposed to offering two options, okay. I mean, that might sound the same thing, but probably not. You use 我者或者oh my gosh what oh no yeah that's a problem too UOs 或者 let's see 或者今天晚上我会去跳舞或者看电影 Alright I see so you're stating possibilities okay and 我们会去法国或者意大利 OK 星期天他们一般去跑步或者爬箱 wrong tone I did 4-1 爬箱 1 yeah 2-1 爬箱 okay I'm still not quite sure what I mean I guess
你想吃鱼还是吃肉
the 像 kind of gives it a different feel so like maybe that's why a desire of options. Okay, well, we'll get into it. It's a short lesson or a short unit for lessons. Let's get in.
山
Okay, 香. Okay, we need our opinion because I need to practice. 香. Okay. This is 火. This is 爬香 公 okay 公公或爬香 okay 香
者
公爬
者
或
山者
山的呢
者
Where have I seen you before? Oh,
或
I have not seen you before.
或
Oh yeah, I definitely have not seen that before. That's interesting. that kind of strikes me as a simplified character. I feel like there's like maybe like some scribbles in here.
は
Ah,
は
okay, bicycle. 这这行车
自行车，
这行车这行车
他要买新的自行车。
他要买新的自行车。Oh no, this is kind of like the 出租车 problem that I'm having. I'm a little tight with my mouth and 踢足球 kind of situation. 这行车 Ugh, okay. Yeah, okay.
我不太喜欢爬山。
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 What? Oh my goodness, English.
我爱看功夫电影。
我爱看功夫。Oh, it's 功夫 not 空腹。空腹。Oh, 空腹。功夫。Oh, okay. I know it sounded like I said the same thing a couple times, but I promise I'm not trying to. 我爱看功夫。功夫电影。Okay. I love watching kung fu movies.
你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？
Dude, I don't know if anyone caught what this is saying.
你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？
Of course.
你
你见过
见
你见过what? Is it part of 见过
过会
No, no.
你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？
你见 What? Where is I guess you don't
功夫熊猫
熊猫
的
功夫的
熊猫
熊猫啊
熊猫吗？
Wait, I'm missing something.
你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？
Oh.
过会
Wait, 你见过过会
的
Really?
熊猫
Oh,
吗？
that's something new. 你见过会功夫功夫的熊猫吗？ It's Kung Fu Panda, by the way. It's asking if you have our how does 见过会 I guess have you seen Kung Fu Panda, but
你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？
have you ever seen a panda that knows Kung Fu? Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty loud. That's good. That's pretty funny. They made it translated into a serious thing. Have you ever seen a panda that knows Kung Fu? I see. Have you ever seen? Okay. 你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？ Interesting.
我们会去法国或者意大利。
我们会去法国。How does it work? 或者意大利 right?
我们会去法国或者意大利。
或者意大利 okay. Okay.
星期天他们一般去跑步或者爬山。
或者爬山，或者星期天 no
他们
星
期天
会去呢去跑步
或者爬山
一般 yeah okay it's more like
他们
星期天他们一般去跑步或者爬山。
星期天他们一般去跑步或者爬山。
或者爬山。
我不太喜欢爬山。
Yes, you don't really like hiking. Yes. Okay, that's fine.
了解。
了解。Really? 了解 Oh no. Okay. Oh, interesting. Double interesting. 了解。Okay.
公。了解。者。或。去。
Okay.
去。
去。Wow, you're really dense. 去。
去。
Okay. History. Oh yeah.
历史。
我没有兴趣。
So I am not interested. 兴趣 Yeah, 兴趣
中国的茶文化很有名。
文化中国的茶文化很有名。Culture 文化 Oh, that kind of makes sense. Wait.
文
Yeah.
化
No, I don't have an equivalent in Japanese yet. Chinese tea culture is 很有名。Okay.
文化
Kind of makes sense. 文化
为了有一个好工作，他努力学习。
为了 Oh, because of something, as a result of, in order to. Yeah. 为了有一个好工作，他努力学习。Yeah. So in order, right? In order, it's like 为了 in order to get a good job. In order to have, I guess, have a good job, she studies hard. Yeah. 为了 in order. Yay. Still familiar territory.
为了学习做法国菜，他去了法国。
I really thought by this point I might have ran out of phrases that I'm familiar with. However, there's still more to tap into, apparently.
为了学习做法国菜，他去了法国。为了
为了
学
学习法国菜，
法国菜，
法国菜，你 just go 他去了，他去了法国。
法国。为了学习做法国菜，他去了法国。
做法国菜 ，yeah. In order to study, in order to study how to cook French cuisine, he left. He went to France. In order to learn, yeah.
我去中国是为了提高我的中文水平。
水平 ，OK。我去中国，是 OK, the reverse. 我去中国，我去工作，中国。I'm thinking of work. 我去中国是为了提高我的中文水平。I went to China in order to improve my Chinese. Or I guess I am. Wait, English. I was looking for I went, but I go to China in order to improve my Chinese. Wow. Okay. I guess technically it's go because they didn't say in the past tense. Fair enough.
我对历史不感兴趣。
我对历史不感兴趣。我对历史不感兴趣。对历史 I am I am not interested in Italian or in history.
对。
Oh, in.
历
What?
史对。
That's a little confusing.
感兴。
感
兴
Yeah. Then looks like 兴趣 then
感
兴趣。
我对他没有兴趣。
我对他没有兴趣。我
对他没有兴趣。
我对 Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 对 works. Now I remember. Yeah, 我对他没有兴趣。Yeah. That's right. It's like a direction. Like a direction, a pointing of relations. 我对他没有
兴趣。
Now I don't know what the deal is with the 感。兴趣。
我们都对语言感兴趣。
Yeah, and then we have 感兴趣。
感。
It's like an extra. It's like the being in interest, as opposed to interest itself. So it's like it's the act of being interested as opposed to the interest itself. So 我们都对语言感兴趣。We are all interested in languages. Sorry. I know that was a little bit cringe. My bad. I'm not interested in history.
我
对
历史
不感兴趣。
不感兴趣。
Make sense? Are you interested in British history and culture? Hmm.
你
wait. 你有兴趣？兴趣对。Oh wait, I'm curious if this works. 你有兴趣对英国的 history 历史和文化都你有兴趣对 No. How about for both? Oh no, that doesn't make sense. It's just ma. Let's see if this works. Dang it, you can't do that. 你对 I know. Yeah, so you couldn't like reverse it where do you have interest of those of British history and culture? It has to be the other way around. 你对英国的历史和文化有兴趣吗？ Yeah. You couldn't do it the other. All right, fair enough. Okay.
我们
都对。Oh no.
对
We all, yeah. 我们都对。
感兴趣历史语言感兴趣
I think do comes first, right? Okay, that's fine. 你对英国的历史和 culture 文化有 wait
有
你对英国的历史和文化有兴趣吗？ Yeah. Okay. All right. Next one.
讲
了解 Sorry. 了解 trees underneath? What does this look like?
Ma?
It's ma. Really? That's ma? Oof. 讲 Oh, it's 讲 Dang it. Oh. Okay.
者
It can only be te. No. Okay. So this is
讲
jiang. Okay.
特
Te. That is certainly not. Oh no, wait. The left radical is different. Okay.
特 讲
Jiang.
麻
去
哈 麻
ma. Okay.
麻
腿 腿
腿
Interesting.
他的腿很疼，不知道为什么。
他的腿很疼，很疼，不知道为什么。What? What? I guess he doesn't know why. Doesn't really know why. That's a lot of interpretation. Oh no, his legs really hurt. He doesn't know why. What the wait. Oh, okay.
你不了解我。
你不了解我。Oh. Yeah, you don't understand me. 你不了解。了解我。
你想了解中国的历史吗？你想了解
了解中国的历史吗？
历史吗？
我不了解这里的文化。
我不了解这里的文化。这里。
我想学打麻将。
Oh, 麻将. Oh, wow, 麻将. Oh, that's how you do 麻将. 麻将. Yeah. Okay. That's not how I imagined it. 我想学打麻将。打麻将。Okay. Already do.
你能教我打麻将吗？
你能打麻将吗 ？No. 你能
教我打麻将吗？
哦，教我。你能教我？你能教我打麻将吗？打麻将吗？Yeah, 教 interesting. I thought that might have been 4. Sorry, 你能教我 as opposed to 你能教我打麻将吗？
这里有什么特别的菜？
特别 Oh, yeah, right. 特别 special. 特别的菜。这里有什么特别的菜？ What are the special dishes here? Yeah, 特别。
他很喜欢做运动，特别是游泳。
特别 Oh, that makes so much sense now. How they got special. I've heard 特别 in the form of food, but I didn't hear 特别 in the form of emphasis, like exceptional. But that makes sense because it's special. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. 他很喜欢做运动特别是游泳。是。okay.
我觉得汉字看起来很特别。
我觉得汉字看起来很特别。Interesting. I think Chinese characters look special. 看起来 yeah, 看起来很特别。Okay.
他的腿很疼，不知道为什么。
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm feeling it. And then now we get review. Okay.
他的腿很疼，不知道为什么。
Yes.
Okay.
你对英国的历史和文化有兴趣吗？Please stop sliding in that place.
我不太喜欢爬山。
我不太喜欢爬山。诶，
攻
爬
者
或
山爬山或
酱 Wait, where was 酱
马，你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？
I wonder why is okay. 你见过会功夫的熊猫吗？ It's so topical because of Kung Fu Panda though. Fatigue is setting it.
降
降
去
特
爬
麻。为了学习做法国菜，他去了法国。
为了学习做法国菜，他去了法国。What? Oh, there's something slide in the. Did I write English? In English. Boom. I wasn't even paying attention. I just selected the words that I thought would go in.
或者爬山。
周末我经常一个人骑自行车。
OK。
周末我骑一个人自行车。
这 This is gonna be a problem. 这行车这行车这行车
自行车
这行车。
周末我经常一个人骑自行车。经常。周末我经常一个人骑自行车。
周末我经常骑一个人这行车。
周末我经常一个人骑自行车。周末我经常一个人骑自行车。自行车。
这行车。这行车。周末我经常一个 Oh my goodness, it's the act of yeah.
为了有一个好工作，他努力学习。
Okay, alright.
为了他有好工作，
一个好工作。
他
努力学习。
他为了有一个好工作，他努力学习。
I didn't need the subject twice.
为了学习做法国菜，他去了法国。
Okay, so how did I screw this up? Okay. Okay. Oh, I forgot how. Or maybe not. No.
周末我经常一个人骑自行车。周末
我
经常一个人骑自行车。
All right. 15 minutes and a dream. It's not that bad.
爬山。
爬箱 mountain climbing. Yeah, that's true. 爬箱
爬山
15 minutes of what? Oh, this.
爬山
This is how I
爬山
we ended a unit, so there's a 15-minute period of this. 啊
爬山
This thing looks so weird.
爬山
But it kind of looks like it
爬山
though. It kind of looks like hiking.
爬山
Oops.
爬山
爬山
Concentration.
爬山
爬山
How many times are you gonna get me to write this? Ah, 爬山
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 Okay.
爬山
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 I don't want to talk about it.
爬山
Hesitation.
爬山
We got 香
爬山
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 The
爬
good
山
old days.
爬山
爬山
When the good old days
爬山
when this is the only
爬
character,
山
one of 10 characters that I
爬山
knew in both Japanese and Chinese. Well, really just Japanese, but man,
爬山
so long. It almost feels like a lifetime ago, you know?
爬山
爬山
爬山爬山爬山
爬山
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 Such a long ago.
功夫
功夫功夫
功夫
Alright.
功夫
Every time I hear Kung Fu,
功夫
I go back to when Keanu said, I know Kung Fu
功夫
in The Matrix.
功夫
功夫功夫
I'm so old now.
功夫
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 I know Kung Fu.
功夫
功夫
爬山爬
爬
山
山
爬山
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 Yes, Kung Fu Panda.
爬山
There was a little
爬山
reference to Kung Fu Panda in one of the Duolingo prompts. The question was, have you
或者
ever seen a panda who knows Kung Fu? 或者或者
或者
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 或者或者或者
或者
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 Oops.
或者
Wait, is today Saturday? Or whoa, hold on. I gotta check my time. Okay, I still got one more day before my equipment comes in. I gotta start cleaning up, reorganizing.
功夫
功夫功夫
I got a little bit of a change up.
功夫
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 功夫功夫
Oh, I guess I don't have to clean up until the 26th. Maybe even the 29th.
爬
爬山，
爬山，
爬山，爬山，
爬山，
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 爬山。All right. Okay.
爬山，
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 或者，
或者，或者，
或者，
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 者，
或者，
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 者，
或者，
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 okay. 或者，
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 oops.
或者，
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 Oh, I'm tired. Okay.
功
夫，
功夫，
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 爬山，功夫，
功夫，
爬山，
爬山，爬山，爬山，功夫，
语言，
语言，
爬山，
爬山，
运动，
运动，
足球，
足球，
功
夫，
爬山，
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 功夫，
爬山，
爬山，比赛，
比赛，
比赛，
篮球，爬山，功夫，音乐，
功夫，
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 比赛，爬山，功夫，汉字，篮
球，
篮球，
that was 爬山，
游泳，
游泳，
网球，
网球，
爬山，
爬山，
功夫，
功夫，
语言，
语言，语言，爬山，
爬山。
OK.
退货，
会。Oh, okay, I can see.
爬山。
Oh no, I don't see that. No.
爬山。
I thought it was going somewhere else.
退。
退货。
款。款。见。见。看。
Oh, wait.
退。
wait, refund?
退。款。
Yeah, 退还。
退货。
Oh man, I forgot about those. 退。
爬山
I thought they were gonna go with 或 the overlap with 或
爬山
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 爬山爬山
问题
超市
超市
退
退货
退货 Oops 退货
退款
退款
爬山
爬山
退货
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 爬山
爬山牛奶退款超市当然
退款
Whoops
爬山提出去
出去
超市
退款
退货
爬山
Okay. Ooh, that one was a little rough. Itsy bitsy rough. Okay.
爬山
爬山爬山
爬山
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 爬山爬山
或者
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 或者或者
Okay. So got some time left. Let's go.
水
Oops.
爬山
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 爬山爬山爬山
爬山
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 或者
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 Yeah. Something fu. 丈夫 Yeah, 丈夫 Yeah, and then
功夫
Yeah, right. 功夫丈夫Yeah, 丈夫起床起床
旅游功夫季节
功夫丈夫
Okay. I was thinking of something someone said earlier.
丈夫
丈夫
功夫
功夫爱好
洗习是no 习 oh no 习惯
习惯
习惯second 习惯 OK
丈夫
丈夫丈夫
一天
All right. Okay, that's the end of 15 minutes. All right, let's wrap this up. I don't really see how half of this deals with hobbies. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Okay, so what do we have for hobbies? We have mountain climbing. Okay. Right. It's kind of awful. Let's try that again. Ugh. That curve. All right. Oh my gosh. This plugin is terrible with curves. Oh my goodness. Right. Okay. So we have 爬山 and yes, Kung Fu works. Right. Kung and then Fu. Yes, Chinese term. Okay, so 爬山 Kung Fu. Any other hobbies? We don't have any other hobbies, do we? Gonna watch a while, then gonna stream you doing your abandoned Anki deck. Right on. Right on. Why is it abandoned? And then this would be out here. So choices of hobbies. So 或者 you left it? So what brings you back to it then? Not doing it daily? Okay, so what brings you back to it? 或者 麻将. Oh, this is probably 麻将. Where the heck is Jiang at? Which Jiang was it? It's the holidays, you have free time now? Oh. Well, howdy do, neighbor. Wait. As in, like, you're done with the, you're done with your, whatever you're doing now until, like, New Year's? Or you got, like, a week or something? Is this a fall vacation time or something? Well, that's a great, lovely way to spend some holidays. Don't forget, don't forget to hang out with friends and family. Invite them to practice your Anki deck. I'm kidding. But, could be a possible. Yeah, Mahjong. Which one? Oh, the Jiang is not even listed here. technically your school holiday starts on the 7th, okay, but is year end, so you have more time now. Right on. You abandon it because exams. Well, that's understandable. Like priorities. Well, it's nice to know that you didn't abandon it for other reasons. And the reason why I'm asking why'd you abandon it is I was curious if you were abandoning it because something disinterested you. Nah, you're just abandoning it for school. That's legit. And glad to hear you're still enthusiastic about it. Aaron. Keep up the good work. So mahjong is an interest. Oops. Will do. Will do. We don't have jiang on here. Mahjong. Mahjong. So, okay. So, that's a good question. It might be this. And then was this and this. I think that's what I. Yep. We'll think about the stroke order later. So, mahjong, mahjong, mahjong. Don't. Leg? Oh my goodness. Where the heck do you put leg in this? Oh, but I get the tway. I see where the tway is coming from though. Verb means numb, by the way. I see. Interesting. In what language? Chinese? What you're saying? Or do you mean Japanese? Oh, Chinese? I see. Makes sense. Since mahjong might be more of a sound thing, proper noun thing. Leg. Leg. What can I associate with leg in this collection? We'll put leg somewhere for the time being. Wait. Oops. Okay. So,特别. 特别. Where do we think about that as well? Not related, I guess, just the name of the game. Yeah. Basically, that's kind of how I figured. That's what my commentary was about. That it makes sense that it means something else unrelated because mahjong is probably just a phonetic thing, a sound thing. 特别. I'll place it to the right for now. Okay. Yeah. Is BA in here? Yes. Alright, so what do we have? We can put bicycle over here. That'll actually work. The行车车 So we have 见过会. Oh no, maybe not. The heck is? Oh no. Yeah. I'll just 见过. 见过. I mean, I guess. It was interesting that they had 会 after it though. 见过. Put it over. Oh, gotta figure out how to pigeonhole that in there too. 今天晚上 okay, sure. 今天晚上 So was there anything else? No. 今天晚上 So this is兴趣 yeah, interested, interest and interested. 高兴 no, not 高兴 高兴 is old. Yeah. 兴趣 yeah, that's really, really far back. But yes, it would be involved in 高兴. 兴趣 so 感兴趣
感兴趣
感兴趣 Yep. Good luck. Good luck, Chen. 感兴趣 Well, I mean, that's a natural extension from this. Where's is Gun is not even in here. Is it? Oh no, it is. Oh, interesting. And gun. Oh, they probably had a gun because of war and gun. Yeah. Okay. As well. So. 六性. Oh, now it makes sense why these things are gigantic and it's doing 113. Oh, okay. It's just a gigantic version of it. Wait, what the heck? Evaporated. Evaporated. Okay. So 去 is it's kind of funny that Toru the Toru the toe and Toru is in there. What a coincidence. So 兴趣感兴趣Wow, that stroke was very, very long. Okay. 感兴趣 when 为了 what the I don't remember. Oh, 文化 文化 I mean, okay, that's not too bad. We can add 文化 here. So 文化 we can throw in a cha. I see the cha. It's kind of an interest. Cha 文化 So 为了 Oh right, the grammar point. I don't know where 为了 Jeez. 为了 Let's throw 为了 Actually, I haven't written 为 in a while. Do they do the left first? Oh, they do. I mean the top left. 为了 sure. And then this is an interest. Well, this is coupled with these two. So 历史 Yes, 历史 And 借 Oh, 借 Or is it 借 Oh, right. Lao Jie. Liao Jie. Oh man, I'm not saying Liao Jie. So maybe we do these two combined. Liao Jie. Right? Liao Jie. Oh wait, they are combined in a way too. 了解. Interesting. That's probably going to be the way we summarize this. Yeah. And 解 will be reinforced because we have another phrase that involves 解决 which kind of also involves understanding something, right? 解决 is to solve something, which involves understanding something. And then it's a different alternative read for that character. 了解. That's not bad. I don't think I'm gonna need to practice too much here. No, I think I'm pretty good. So, 好像好像好像功夫或或或者或者 Oh, that one can be tough though. That one might be 麻将 could be a little tough. Doesn't have too many things connected to it. Like pretty much nothing is connected to 麻将. Proper nouns are tough in the beginning. If they're introduced as new characters, it's tough to connect a lot of things to it. Yeah, I don't have anything connected to it. And then lastly was it's tough too. Okay, maybe a little tough. Right? 特别 特别 I could almost see 为了right 了解 into 特别特别 and then the other ones if I drop them that's fine. No way of finagling leg. I think the closest thing we're gonna finagle leg 推 maybe like throw in a sport. We'll throw in a sport. 足球 we'll throw in 足球 or just 球 in general. Just 球 is good enough. 足 right. Oops. 足球 as an interest that involves legs. And not really. It doesn't really involve legs. Maybe 跑步. There was a 游泳. That's kind of involves legs, I guess. You could make a connection with 爬下 or 腿 All right, it's a wrap. It's 3 a.m. I'm really tired. I had some great discussions. Hopefully we have more later. Maybe a little bit more moderated. I think I gotta keep getting up earlier. Gotta beat the clock. Although I will be, depending on when my desk comes in, I'll be taking a day away because it'll probably take the whole day to set up. I'm looking forward to changing up the environment a little. We got a new desk, a new monitor, new storage solution coming. Excited. Maybe I'll go buy like a walking mat. There's an opportunity. Maybe I can go get myself a walking mat. I really do like the idea of walking while digressing, right? It's probably not going to be conducive to writing, but we'll see how that works out. All right, folks, that's a wrap for Chinese. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Happy birthday to user, right? Hopefully their birthday is great. Glad to hear from a lot of people, and I actually heard back from another person Met a Brazilian and a Colombian, right? That's kind of neat. Both interchanging. Today was very, very eventful. Got kind of deep in discussion as well. Yeah. So until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So for now, right? 下次见. And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.